Hey, good morning, Glitch. Let's see if I can actually get logged in and do anything today. I was trying to get set up and got stuck in a server that kept server erroring. And when I quit out of the console, I wound up getting 60K'd, so I had to do a character repair. So 4.0 is it's working great. It's working great. All right, I do not want to wind up in the server that I was stuck in, so we're going to try EU. And it should be pushing me back to ᚹᛖᛚᚳᚗ, which is where I was actually headed anyway. But I jumped down to ᚹᛖᚚ, and I was about 6 clicks out, and the entire city just disappeared. So, of course, I immediately came to a stop, sat around and waited, and it didn't appear. So I started flying back up towards Seraphim and couldn't jump. And at that point, we just got stuck in limbo. So, hopefully, we can actually get logged in and maybe accomplish something. Maybe it could happen. Trying really hard to be chill today. My head is teetering on the edge of explode anyway. I got a headache. So we're not going to worry about it too bad. You know, my BP's actually been pretty good recently when I've checked it. It's like it's normal. So the medication is working. And hopefully the somewhat improved diet. So it's not too big a concern, hopefully. Just kind of a lot going on, you know, so. But Star Citizen is certainly, it's certainly got to be a factor, right? I have no idea what any of that is. What is going on? There's so much logging going on that's just like, really? And most of that stuff doesn't have anything to do with me. Good old Star Citizen, man. This doesn't look ideal. Population, shard server, 119 over 29. Why are there so few people on this shard? I'm just trying to do stuff. Do it. You can do it. Let me in. No. Crash to desktop incoming. Oh, nope. No, it did it. It did the thing. All right. It locked up hard. You guys probably couldn't see the little spinning wheel because of the game capture, but We had a spinning wheel. I thought we were toast. All right. Okay, did it buy the gear that I put back in my store? It is. All right, there it is. Okay. So let's get to a hanger. Wait a minute. Oh, we'll take that. Here you go. Give me that cup of coffee. It's just totally appropriate. Elevator called.
Hell no.
I'm looking for like a circle of marbles or something. What are they doing? No, I ain't gonna run for it because there's no way I'm gonna make it now. It's like heading to work at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Oh, I didn't want to throw my coffee cup. Where'd it go? No, coffee cup. Oh well. Such is life, I guess. The universe gives the coffee, the universe takes it away. Wanted to see if it would drink it. Of course, I don't know if it ever does, even though they do show to be consumables. There's a couple of coffee cups and stuff that we've gotten as hanger flare that the consumable is a lie. Crap. I need a box. I might have to go back for it. I meant to go grab a 1 and a 2 SCU box. I don't think I have any here at Crusader, Orison.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Holy crap.
Enjoying the view?
Hard lock.
Redesigned Crusader Industries shuttlecraft feature expanded vista opportunities with their signature crystal.
Nope, no containers. All right. Rep. I need to check and see what components I want to use anyway. I CCU'd a Guardian. We're going to mess around with that a little bit while we're doing missions. Although the first thing that I'm absolutely going to do is go grab some rhinos and get rid of them laser cannons.
A friendly reminder to check for your
Come on.
before and after all shuttle flights, and to dispose of any trash.
Why is there no clock on this side? I guess the answer is to discourage you from standing around on the most dangerous part of the platform and clogging it up when people are trying to come up and off the tram, right?
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Look, we came prepared.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
You know, they have made the tram experience smoother by and large, but I still kind of feel like at some point here we'll be able to hop on the tram and we won't see any of the stutters. We won't see the weird 180 spinouts by the train cars and the shuttles. We won't see the whole thing where they suddenly appear out of nowhere. We'll see them fly up next to the terminals, right, someday. Wow, now this is... That was quite interesting. Really? Fail. Fail. Little do I know the reason that we can't throw bottles off the platform is that because it would cause a server crash and Crusader would explode. All right.
Hi, welcome.
Let's grab a couple of boxes. Maybe a tractor beam, because I don't actually know if I have any here now. No 2 SCUs here.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help.
Maybe at the ship component store.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Hi, welcome.
No cutter? That's kind of disappointing. I wanted to bring a cutting torch just in case. Do we have the, we do. We have the gun as well. I'm going to check and see. I think that the reload is still broken on the canisters. I keep getting ready to go ahead and grab one to use it to repair, like, rowers and bikes and stuff, hoping that I can avoid getting blown up by them. But I keep hearing they're totally busted. is you can't actually
Hi.
use the cambio canisters. You can't sell them. You can't reload them. This is actually really weird to me that there's all these ungrabbable tablets. It's got to be some of the NPCs are picking them up and looking at them and dropping them or something, right? All right.
Hi.
Let's see. Where is where's my Urkel window? Live calculator. Why is there then just update? I don't want to see the old one. All right.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Crossfield Drive is definitely fine.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
It's like, do I even really want to mess with the rest of the... They're all military components.
Hi. Welcome. Hi. Thanks for coming in. Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Hi, welcome. Hi, welcome to the store. Hi, welcome.
Just like debating. We could definitely go with competition. It would have less hit points, but it would have more generation. I don't know. I think we're just going to skip the rest of the components. I just need to make sure I swap out guns, which we don't actually have here.
Hi.
I did want to see. Yeah, I thought so. All right.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Did I close that?
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Come on. Load back up. Rest your threes. Okay, well, we'll go to Thunderbolts from Grim X. I can pick them up there.
Hi.
All
Thanks
right.
for coming in.
All right.
Hi, welcome. Hi, welcome to the store. Hi, welcome to the store.
Get to Hex so we can grab whatever's left. I knew we was gonna get cheated. I knew it. What's up, buddy?
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing. Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare.
I know I'm gonna wind up swapping components out in this thing again later, but oh well, we'll figure that out at a different time. It's gonna matter today, and mostly what I'm looking to do is, oh good grief. Next slide, please, is bunkers anyway. I really want to get distribution centers unlocked again. And I guess we got to get to junior level agent or whatever to get to distribution centers.
Missed your shuttle? Not a problem. Another shuttle will be along shortly. At Orison's Skyway shuttle service, more flights means less worries.
Alright, so this lift is apparently not working. This one's working. Go figure.
Welcome. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ᚹᛖᛚᚳᚗ Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
You know what? Do I have a
Welcome.
do I have a loaner Taurus
Vehicle Retrieval System.
and a Constellation Akia? Well, interesting.
Please visit us again.
I wonder what the Connie's a loaner for. cannons. Ugh. Why would those be? That's a suck, dude.
Welcome to the ᚹᛖᛚᚚ vehicle retrieval system.
I think the Taurus has the repeaters. Of course, I don't know if either one of them do anymore. Just trying to save myself a stop.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Five, 7 goldarines. All right. I get worried about the whole, they're going to fall off the ship and disappear. Let me see how difficult it would be to get a hold of. Where do I gotta get them? Center mass. Meh. I don't want to make that trip right now. All right, well, we'll just do the thing. And hope they don't disappear today, at least. If I don't claim it, I should be all right. Can we change the racks? Can we? That's actually good to know. Hey, how you doing, Hop Kebab? Amy? I'm gonna be. I am gonna be. I bought back some Red Alert armor, so we're gonna be all in red today. I think we'll stick with the Thunderbolts still. All right, and we're gonna fly the Guardian. All right, where you at? Good grief, just work. It's been a rough day to start though. Star Citizen is definitely being ornery.
Goodbye.
You know what? Let's look at the ship, because I actually don't know whether it's convenient to put a 2 SCU box or not. We're going to take at least a 1 for sure. I mean, I got my pyro look going on. I don't have the hooded jacket on right now, though. To be honest, I get a little tired of the hood wreck invisibility, even though it looks really good. It's been a long time since headwear in Star Citizen had ramifications for visibility. I don't know if any of y'all remember that from back in the day, but helmets had a visibility profile where it would block out some of the view. Some of them were pretty terrible. Definitely hammered the visibility. She's an interesting ship. I will say that there's just flat out, there's some aspects of it that just don't make sense. But she looks cool. It kind of fails the logic test, though. Not sure why we're not dealing with guns forward instead of halfway back. I'm not sure why the canopy itself isn't moved forward more, which would actually shield the engines more, right? If the whole body of the ship moved forward a little bit so that these armor plates were actually protecting the engine modules more than the nacelles, that would make more sense. And by moving the canopy forward, your visibility would be much better. So you'd get less of this shit blocking your view. She looks cool, but kind of fails the basic design concept state. All right. So I guess we can move a box up in there without really an issue. Can we climb it? I'm actually a little bit disappointed that we can't just climb it. We should be able to vault in there. Yeah, we could get room. We could put a 2 SCU box in there. I don't think it's got any grid at all, of course, but that's to be expected. The component access, if I got to deal with any of that shit, we're probably screwed anyway. Quantum. Weapon rack. Can't wait till the suit lockers actually work. Where's the actual storage? Is there none? Personal storage. All right. Okay, cool. All right. Well, let's move her closer to the freight elevator. And my least favorite part of this ship is this MFT. This is the worst possible configuration for the MFT in this ship. I mean, short of being literally in the middle of the screen. They should have done 2 split MFTs, one on either side, and left this whole channel as open as possible for combat. Absolutely the worst possible choice, CIG. Do you even play your game? But whatever. As for an industrial ship, fine. For a combat ship, no. Nope. Okay. How about we don't crash? That'd be great. Boy, I tell you what, the movement on the nacelles is pretty funny.
Engines off.
This is one of those scenarios, again, where I feel like the weapon rack should be right here, right? This door should probably be lockable so that you can get out of the ship that way and grab a weapon in case somebody does get on board your ship. I mean, I don't really think CIG thinks this stuff through as well as they ought to. Yes, it's nice that as you get ready to hit the elevator, there's a weapon rack right there. Don't get me wrong. But I kind of feel like there should also be a rack right here. And do we have the ability to exit the ship from the outside? I don't see... I don't see any kind of option to do that. What is that? Oh, that's the gear. Interesting that... Why does that not actually get an... I mean, the rest of them all do. Power, power, engine, engine. Exterior door, even though open exterior is a lie, because it doesn't open just the exterior, it opens absolutely everything, which is a mistake. CIG, please fix it. But how come there's no gear tag? Yeah, I don't see a way to exit the ship that way. We'll look for an entrance when we get out. Okay, it shows the canopy entrance. Okay, well, how do I get out of it that way? Guess it's not on the sides. Maybe that's my problem. Exit to rear. Where's the... How do I exit to front? I don't know. There's got to be a way to do it, right? There's a way to go in the... Would have thought it would have been on the radio, but... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. It was just hidden because of the POV. All right. Good deal. Good to know. And then we've got another weapon locker and another personal storage. Good deal. That's kind of nice that it has extra storage. All right. Okay. Inventory. I think we're going to take the extra with me. Off Orison at least. kind of wish I had another one of those Karnas now. We're going to go to Starlight and pick up those two red Demicos that I have, though. Oh, unfortunately. I don't think I have any attachments to speak of here, right? What is that? Size 3, 8X. I wonder what that fell off of. All right. Utility. Okay, I think that's all we need from here. This might be more fun than I thought it was going to be. Guess we're going to want to try and do it from the from inside. Oh, come on. Yeah, maybe we should just use a 1 SCU. What is the fucking deal, man? How can this be so bad? The frickin' tractor beams, dude. Am I gonna have a problem because it's not sitting on its butt? We definitely need to be able to lock the rotation to a particular axis. All right, I can tell what's going to happen here already is I'm going to run into this thing bouncing around in the ship, but we're going to do what we can do. If we can't stand it, we'll get rid of it. All right, I do want to check one more thing before I bail out of here. I'm not a big fan of these these helmets. I know I've got one or two other red helmets. I don't imagine they're going to match, right? Admittedly, it does have the old Doom guy feel, so it could be worse. Oh, not really a fan of the Oni either. I suspect this one's not going to match at all. Not really. I'd really like a black and red version of the Sanger helmets. Thought I had one that was just gray. Oh, there it is. All right, we'll take those. All right. One doesn't match necessarily as well, but it's a set of armor that's almost the right size for the Murder Bear helmets. All right. Did these weapon racks, no, they don't fit the big heavy weapons. That's actually a little bit disappointing. You could probably put them in the regular storage. That looks like plenty of storage. All right, we got to go to Grimhex and pick up the missiles. Man, really a little bit weak when it comes to power. All right. Stutter, 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 stall. Everything looks better than it used to back in the day, but you know, we used to have less of that. The whole game freezes as you're jumping away. That almost may as well be a loading screen. I think they definitely need to find a way to clean that up. Same old navigation. I swear that I get a stab in the brain every single time I go to quantum jump, and it's spooled and ready, but it isn't. So why you hurt me, CIG? We'll have to run a combat mission or two and see how it feels with the repeater. 75 seems like a fair amount of shots for a full mag with 2 Goldarines. Where's my... There it is. It's just trying to find my damn TBI. Yep. It's definitely a miss on the landing. I'm trying to get more comfortable with decoupled landing. I do think that there's a knack to it that I don't necessarily have yet. Do I really have everything set? Yeah. But she lands a lot lower than I would have expected. Not at all like the what the hell's it called? The starfish, the Apoa. I can't think of the name of the damn starfish. Because that thing definitely doesn't land low, despite doing the fold up. Oh, it's driving me a little bit nuts that I can't think of the name of that ship. All right. We need to store... Uh-oh. I'm thinking, okay. Thinking server error, but it was just really slow. We definitely have interaction delays. I cannot think, man. Car to wall. I had to think really hard about Eiko. Because he was a nightmare to face against that thing for quite a while. Echo with the car to all. The spotlight like the sun, which doesn't have anymore, which is kind of sad.
Welcome to the ᚹᛖᚚᚗᚗ vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to us. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
The first thing that I did when I logged in today, by the way, was I spawned my Hornet Mark II F8 F7A. What the hell? Bruh. Seriously? Hopefully it's not destroyed, or all the gear that's in it will be destroyed.
Welcome to the ᚹᚖᚚᚗᚗ vehicle retrieval
This fucking game. Okay, it says it's stored.
Visit us again.
But the first thing that I did was I spawned the Mark IIs, the F7A, and it didn't come up on the elevator. I could see the indicators bouncing around inside the hangar floor. So the first thing that I did there was it got destroyed as well. Because elevators don't work, we can't trust them. And CIG, if you guys can't figure out elevators, the rest of this game is flat fucking doomed, bro. You guys got to do better than that.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
All right. Do I have stuff left at Hex? Yes, I do have stuff at Hex. And a couple of AO3s here at Hex. Interesting. I don't remember when I geared up at Hex. At some point, Vapor Blanc must have been swapping. That's at size 2. This has to have been when I was getting the power plant for the Hull A, which is a fantastic little hauler. Absolutely the best small hauler in the game, bar none. That is for sure. Such a good ship. I did, I think, 3 chill loops yesterday in the Hull A and made like 1.2 million credits. I mean, I spent a little bit of time doing it, so it's not like I was cranking it out super fast or anything. But, you know, I was doing 4 and 5 missions at a time in those 3 loops. And even though none of them, I don't think none of them completed without at least one SCU with cargo missing, you know, I was still making plenty of money doing it. Maybe it was 4 loops, because I think it was probably closer to 300K per loop. I said I wasn't going to complain about the 1.2 mil. All right. Container, what components do they have here? It's really a shame that that there's no useful filters here, man. Where's the size? Ah, God, CIG, man.
Hey.
They are our worst enemy. CIG is. Their UE is just so frustratingly bad. just don't understand how it can be as bad as it is. I mean, there's no search in our personal inventory, not even for text. And when we do have search for stuff, there's no other useful filters. I mean, sure, if you know exactly what you want, the name filter is nice to have in any shop terminal, right? But it would be really nice on ship components to be able to filter by size. And how about by, you know, class and grade as well? Because when you have a lot of those options, it's really nice to be able to filter by those. It's like, let me look at all the grade A components here. Let me look at all the grade B, etc. One sec, I'm checking on something for the Shield Maiden. We got VA stuff we're messing with already this year. Did I spawn it?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Would have spawned it from here anyway, and I'm gonna stop storing in the hangars. I really am. I'm gonna go back to just using the ASOP terminals, because the ASOP terminals seem to be at the lobby. It doesn't always play. Sometimes it will. Like at Grimhex, it does play the animations in general. You'll see it go up and down, up and down. But at some of the larger facilities, it doesn't play the animations, and sometimes you wind up with less troubles, which is really kind of frustrating. Oh man, the VA website is about the slowest thing there is. All right. ᚹᚖᚚᚚᚗᚗ. ᚹᚚᚚᚚᚗ small hangar. Sofa, there's a troublemaker. Exactly the right kind of troublemaker, though. Come on, give me an elevator that works, man. Revenge of the Grimhex elevators. I don't know how many times I gotta say, CIG, elevators just need to work 100% of the time. Come on, guys. Oh my goodness. What on earth is happening that's making it so sluggish? I forgot to buy knives at the shop. Depressed Wolfie. Depressed Wolfie. That's dude's name. Depressed Wolfie. All right. I need to pick up some stuff on the other side. Other side of the galaxy. It's not really the other side, of course. It's really just next door, but I gotta go hit Felucia before we come back to Trammel. All right. Well, I'm making some travel here. I need to make a VA call, so I'm going to be muted for just a minute. Somewhere here's the right button. So I'm here, but I got to do this phone call. Go figure that I'd get a busy signal from a government agency, right? Fantastic. I love dealing with the VA. I love it so much. It's amazing. Of course it's the same number. Of course it is. Thanks. Fantastic. Wonderful. All right, BA, thanks for your help. Guess we'll try that again in a little bit. Oh, good grief. All right. Still have 83% fuel. Should be plenty to make the hop. Get the squirrely. Oh man, when we get to the other side, maybe we need to hop back to US servers. Blue Flamer. Marauder. Oh, all of that screeching. %69 quantum fuel. For just a second there, it was perfect. Now we're at 65. There's depressed Wolfie again. All right. Copy cap's almost empty. When we get to Starlight, I got to refill the cup. I think we'll relog and come back US and hope things are behaving. Hopefully by now that server that I got stuck on earlier is dead and gone. And we're not going back to Crusader anyway, so. You know, this is a relatively long hop. Let me get the copy. I'll be right back, y'all.
Quantum fuel at 50%. Quantum fuel at 25%.
All right. Has returned. It's kind of nice that some of these jumps are longer. It was pretty much perfect timing for me to get the coffee refill. Where's my... Oh, there it is. It's like, where's my damn hangar? You're telling me there is one, but I kept looking and it kept moving the dang marker all around. Maybe because I was, no, I was practically pointed at it. I really don't understand why it was behaving the way it was, but it's all good. Rough and ready. Oh, hello. Very, very, very touchy. The vertical thrust seems significant, but maybe that's just because they spent all day flying the hull. Oh, come on, don't give me that crap. There we go. All right. No, come on. Here we go again with all the frames going away. What in the hell, man? Is it the ship? Is it something to do with the ship? Oh no. Seems okay now. I feel like it's the particle effect fog and or some kind of preloading that's just hammering the frames all of a sudden. Where are you at? You know what, do I have... what am I doing? I do. All right. I don't really want the weird... There's no advantage to these, right? Yeah. All right. Wait a minute. Do we have ammo? No. All right. We'll hit that while we're shit. No, Starlight's a terrible place to try and ammo up. I do want to swap servers though. Let's do this. Let's go back, store the ship, and we'll relog. Hey, how you doing, Firewolf? I've been back to playing on the regular, and it's not that it's not without its struggles. Some days are definitely way worse than others. To be honest, the most bug-free stuff, the least buggy experience is what I should say. I shouldn't call any of it bug-free, but the least buggy experience that I've had has been hauling. It's definitely been hit and miss for everything else. Even just trying to get situated with a little bit of logistics today, there's been, you know, first ship I went to go spawn, it didn't really make it all the way on top of the pad, so it exploded. And then I got stuck on a Crusader server that was just a chain server erroring. And then once I quit out of that with the console command. I went to log back in and got the 60K error again and again and again and couldn't get logged back in. So I had to do a character repair. And that was just before I even got started streaming. So, all right. Mirai store. We'll go ahead and check and see if they have the ammo here before we worry about it elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, I think that we're really close to the game being in a good place. Hopefully, the 401 patch that's being worked on in PTU right now will clear up some of the worst of the garbage. And then we'll be in a pretty good spot. The missions are popping a little bit better than they were, which was a real problem for a while. Stuff like that. So there's more to do. And there's actually new mission types coming in 401 that are in PTU, where you go to locations and, you know, fix stuff. So it'll be cool to see more and more stuff to do, but they definitely have to smooth out some of the crap.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
Nope, no Demico ammo here. All right. Relog it is. Wait a minute. Do they have... Surely they have arc light pistols, right? Wait a minute. Is the shop just not working? Well, no arc light pistols. All right. Well, that's fine.
Hi. What can I get you today?
Thanks, CIG. This is typical Star Citizen, isn't it? Hey, we're trapped in the shop. Why? Because there's a crowd of NPCs just standing here doing nothing. Good job, CIG. You guys are totally on point. We escaped. We don't have any dignity intact, but we did manage to escape. Fantastic job, CIG. All right. Exit the menu. Hopefully we'll get a clean exit so we can change regions. Yeah. Totally agree. Now, I do think that this year, right, I don't think we're going to get rid of all the bugs. I'm not even going to pretend we're going to get rid of all the bugs. It's still going to be a semi-buggy experience, right? But I do think that we are going to see more variety in mission content, and we're going to see some of the roughest edges of bugginess cleaned up, right? So by the end of the year, I do think we'll be like, okay, we're finally starting to get a game. But the ride is still going to be hit and miss. I know people that still haven't been able to log into 4.0. They can't get in the game. Constantly at the elevator issues and the hangar issues. I mean, the stuff's got to get cleaned up. How you doing, Bare Metal and Camille? It's been so-so? Yeah. It's a little hit and miss for sure. But some of it's getting better. And it's like every time we get a big patch and they add stuff, we get new bugs and we get more bugs and we get old bugs that are brought back because they didn't get copied over from a previous branch, right? Something got pruned. But we are getting more Star Citizen. So, and admittedly, server meshing is working now. It isn't completely flawless, but at least it's working. We have a second solar system and we can come and go as we please now. So just fell through the hangar just as you jumped to greet your ship, went up and he went down. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I've twice been incapacitated by falling through the hangar floor like that. Fortunately, since you're in your hangar, your shit should all be stored in inventory. Although one of those times I feel like it moved my stuff to my primary residence, which was not helpful. And a third time that I fell through the hangar floor, my ship and I both fell through the hangar floor. And as we hit the ground and I got incapacitated, we both got teleported back up on top of the hangar floor. And then I wasn't incapped anymore. So, Star Citizen is definitely still Star Citizen. It does sometimes. It does sometimes. And I think that when that stuff happens, it's mostly a result of desync anyway, right? And sometimes the replication server can save your ass. And other times you just get yeeted. I went the wrong way. Of course I went the wrong way. Did I have those other helmets in my pack? You know, it doesn't matter. I'm going to put them in the crate anyway. Oh, I know what I was thinking. I was like, I know there's something else that I wanted to have here. Where's my melee? All right. Yeah. Yeah, that bug is one of those that I absolutely can't stand. I hate that shit. The only way to clear it up once it hits is backspace, right? So you store all your stuff, you die. And oh God, can I have some more frames, please? But I hate that bug. Because of course, you know, it matters as soon as you absolutely need to drink. The put it down and then pick it up. Ugh. Where's my frames again? My GPU is pegging. Come on, Star Citizen. Come on. You can do it. I don't understand. I feel like it's got to be some kind of memory leak on the rendering. I'm sorry with the choppiness. Hopefully it'll get sorted out here in just a second. It never seems to last very long. And now we're better all of a sudden. Right? So I definitely blame Star Citizen for it. I don't know what the hell was going on when that happens, but all right. Oh, dude. The performance is so janky. I forgot to grab grenades too. All right. I didn't grab any suppressors for the sniper rifles either. I'm going the wrong way. I do like the red, I won't lie. I would actually really just like to have a bunch of black stuff that was just black and dull. Truth be told, but CIG says there's not enough flash there. Oh, come on. Do the split. it is quicker and it has a longer range, right? So it does move stuff faster, but mostly it's the range. You'll notice you can be in a hangar and go from the ship to the elevator with the max lift, and then a lot of times you can't do that with the multi-tool. You have to move around. So it's just convenience. I think it's worth having one if you're going to be moving a lot of boxes, even if they're small boxes. But they're not cheap. It's like $19K. So, if you're losing them all the time, it's not worth it, clearly. What am I looking for? Custom. You was already on the right thing. Give me a couple of suppressors. Suppressor 2. Come on. Do the thing. And then give me one more. Sidearms. Is that one got step on it too? All right. Yeah. Yeah, I went to go do hauling missions yesterday, and I had to scoot up under the awning at Farnsway because it wouldn't give me the hangar, and I just didn't have it in me to do all that extra moving around. I was being lazy. It is kind of nice to at least have the choice of moving closer and whatnot. I'm doing it. No, you know what? Whatever. We got to stop for Demico ammo. We're going to do that when we get back to Stanton. And I'll get AO3 ammo then as well. And Karna. Because we do have that one Karna rifle. And I actually want to get used to using that thing again. I used to love the Karna. No, it depends on the ship. Which ship are we talking about, Bare Metal? You talking about your Cuddy? There's a couple of lockers opposite the weapons rack that are storage. They did get rid of the generic storage. You do have to find external storage containers, but most ships have them. Not all of them, though. There's a few that don't. .400i, where the ramp is, the locker all the way on the left is your weapons rack. Wait a minute, where is the storage on the 400i? The others I'm thinking of are actually suit lockers. Crap. Now I'm not sure. I had been carrying a box in mine, so there might not be a personal storage in the 400. I would check the HABs. There might be a personal storage in the HAB areas, but I can't think of one otherwise. There's plenty of places to throw stuff on the ground, but yeah, as actual storage containers, I don't know where there is one for the 400. Yeah, the armor locker's in the weapons rack. The one all the way on the left is the weapons rack. But yeah, I don't think there is one on the 400 anymore, which is an oversight. They need to figure all that stuff out because clearly a ship like that should have plenty of personal storage. That kind of stuff is annoying to me. Maps. Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Although, you know what? Let's see if we can do a combat contract real quick. I don't want to do any of that. These are ground. That's at an asteroid base. All right, you know what? We're just gonna go ahead and go back to Stanton. Part of the problem is there's so many people doing stuff in Pyro, it's hard to find the missions that you want to do. And part of the problem is I run into more bugs in Pyro than I ever do in Stanton, so. Besides, I want to work on the corporate security rep anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the way that they have led us to believe is we'll be able to essentially take a set of gear and put it in the locker, and it'll be on a mannequin, right? It may be an invisible mannequin or whatever, I don't know. But that's the impression that they've given. But I don't actually know for sure if it's going to keep all the attachments and shit, or if we're going to have to rack that separately. Even if it doesn't keep the med pens and the ammo and all of that, it'll still be convenient, but it won't be as convenient. So I'm not sure what we're going to get. To be honest, right now, I just wish they were personal storage slots, right? I should just be able to go up to a suit locker and put an armor set worth of shit in there so that I can just store it at the locker. That should be the way that they're being used right now, and they're not. I don't know, because I guess they don't actually have container space. They're going to do it differently, I assume. I honestly, what I think the 400 needs is speed. If the 400 was nimble and maybe a little extra speedy on the SCM on the top side of the SCM, I think the rest would be irrelevant. I mean, let's be real. It's only got 2 size 4 weapons. For that size ship, it's trying to compete with like the Constellation and the Corsair, and it's way undergunned. So it should just be quicker. It looks like it's supposed to be fast. That's Origin's thing, right? Is it's a slick touring ship. So just make it a little quicker than the Corsair and the Connie, and I think it's fine. It doesn't need to be overpowered. It shouldn't be. 2 size 4 guns just isn't that impressive for a ship that size. Its focus should be on getting away. Now, granted, it's got the tail gun turret. Or turrets? Is it just one? I think it's just one. But yeah, it was supposed to be quick, and it's not. I'm not saying it should be super nimble, right? Although I do think it should be nimble compared to the Connie and the Corsair, because it's a little bit smaller. But it should definitely be faster. Big boost pool, maybe? Because, I mean, even if it was just that would actually be pretty huge. But it had an extra large boost tank, maybe a little bit higher SCM cap, something like that, and it would be fine. It's got other problems, though. The interior space, like all the Origin ships, tends to be a mess. It really needs a cleanup. The elevator/cargo hold is borderline useless, because even though there's room to put some vehicles on that thing, you can just barely squeeze a tumbrel underneath it, because the ship doesn't sit high enough. So there are problems with the ship, but I think they could clean it up, give it a good pass, and because I like her, she's a permanent part of my fleet. I forget what she was originally, but I think it was probably the 315P that got turned into a Prospector at one point, and then wound up as a 400i. I like her. I'm going to keep her. Yeah. I really, really, really want to buy back my 600i as well, right? The 600i used to be part of the package that I moved up to eventually the 2947 or 2948 exploration pack. But the 600i has been in such a bad place for so long. She got CCU'd into something else. As a matter of fact, I think she went from 600i to M2 to now Ironclad Assault. Well, I think that it should probably have a small PDC. I think it should, because it should be all about the defense, right? If it had a small PDC, even if it was just one, that would be significant defensive boost against at least one light fighter. You would almost certainly be able to get away from a light or even a medium fighter if you had a PDC that could chew on the aggressor while you're trying to get away. I mean, the size 3 shield is nice and all of that. It's not all bad, but they have really missed the bus on a lot of concept chip promises. I honestly don't know how they're ever going to make any of those situations any better when it comes to the concepts that just don't match up. Where is... Why am I not seeing... There it is. All right. I couldn't find the splines. That was kind of weird. I don't think we're going to see anything change with atmospheric ships again until we get control services. And then I do hope that CIG will remember that some ships were supposed to do well in Atmo. 400i was one that was supposed to do well. It's supposed to be a great ship for flying around in, right? It's a touring ship. So we'll see. Hello? Okay, what is going on? There we go. Come on, let's go. She's open. I don't think that the 400i should be particularly effective in combat. But I do think she's one that should be more readily apt to escape it. To be clear, she's a little bit like a fancy smuggler to me. You know, for sliding in and out of hotspots or just getting to where she wants to go pretty quick, right? I mean, that's kind of the concept to me. Not particularly effective. 2 size 4s might get the attention of like a single ship as you're trying to blow by. And if she had the PDC'd to go with the tail gunner, I think she'd be doing all right. But like the 600i is totally a mess as well, so we are supposed to be still cleaning up RSI ships right now. I forget what's next on the list because they're trying to work on one manufacturer at a time. Yeah, and Camille's totally right there. That in a lot of cases, they are completely out of touch, which is very disappointing. Come on. There we go. We'll go to Hurston. That's where we want to be. Oh, except actually I want to go to her L1 or L2. Which one has the weapon shop? L1. All right. Clearly, I'm not in the right window. Well, I mean, the support weapons would be more useful if the aggressors are chasing the 400i, right? Because then the rear turret would actually be more useful. The problem is that they've homogenized ship speeds so badly, particularly within a class, right? That it just doesn't matter that it's a 400i and it's not a Corsair or a Constellation, because the speeds are all still on the same template, and if they are tweaked, it's not very much. You know, that's the thing. I still choose to believe that eventually CIG will pull their heads out of their asses and sort out ships that are way off their concept. For the most part, there's some ships that are never going to be on concept because they've just broken them too far and changed the expectations so hard, like the Hurricane, for example, which was supposed to be essentially the very definition of a glass cannon, right? Your pilot had 2 size 4 weapons and your gunner had 4 size 3s, right? One of the scariest duo ships in the game at one point, because that turret was just a menace. But when they tweaked the turrets, they also tweaked the shields on the thing and made it really hard to kill. So glass cannon went out the window. And then they had to slow it down because it couldn't go as fast, because it was too lethal. And they keep meandering off the path of the concepts. And that's so annoying. It just is. Corsair's another one that kind of got beat to death by the wandering away from the concepts, although I think they'll still fix the Corsair. I think the Corsair will eventually get its bottom 2 guns back. They'll be pilot controlled as long as there's not a co-pilot, right? That's what I expect. They have sort of kind of implied that'll be the case. I don't really know what they're testing for them to have taken those 2 guns away from the pilot. I don't think that it's totally neutered the ship, but it's way off concept, right? Because the initial concept was the Corsair had a ridiculous amount of forward-facing firepower that the pilot had control of. And now it's got less than the Connie. A Taurus has more firepower. So I don't really know what to say about that. I believe they're testing something, but I don't know what they're testing. They want metrics on something. Either that or they're just assholes. One or the other. It just doesn't make sense for them to do what they did and then to pretty much admit we're going to change it back probably at some point I don't really understand. There has to be a goal there. Don't know why we had that weird stutter just coming into a hangar. Masterman's just made everything the same. So much is lost. I agree. Well, and I mean, that started before Master Modes, right? It started when all the ship components were essentially homogenized. It didn't matter what they were, right? It didn't matter anymore. They all did the same thing. And they've started to move back from that again, but it's taken freaking years. It's like, you know, we're going to homogenize this stuff and we're going to rebalance it all and we'll get back to you soon. Right? That was kind of the story. And now it's been like 3 years or something like that before components are starting to make a difference again. It's really like, come on. Bought the ᚹᛖᚚ because it was supposed to be hit and run ship. Yeah, another glass cannon, right? It had the special shields, probably no real armor. Once the shields were down, she was going to get fragged. Yeah. Yeah, everything is now just a default light fighter. You're not wrong because they did. They essentially said, okay, we reset all of that and we've just got these templates and everybody's on the template until we tweak it. And I don't think they're going to tweak it until now what? We got to have engineering in place so that it all matters, whether it's a single seater or not, but especially multi-crew. Engineering needs to be fully implemented. And then we need control services, so atmospheric flight matters, and we still need armor. Whether your ship's going to have it or not, armor is now integrated in the Maelstrom system, right? And that is going to be part of what determines is what parts of the ship are getting blown off, but also what gets damaged, because we're going away from the soft death, hard death, exploded thing. Right, we're going to the point where ships can get chewed on, and you'll be able to repair them and fix them. So, I don't think we're going to see them get away from the overly homogenized ships until those other things are in place, which means we're still playing the placeholder game. 10 years in, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to do this soon, TM. I know that it was better before, but we needed to rebalance it. But don't worry, we're going to fix it and get everything all back so that it's fancy and has character and personality soon, TM. The placeholder thing has got to be really, really tired. All right, pad services. Can I please just... Thank you. Yeah. 3 years later. Totally accurate. Yeah. Oh, shit. You know, I had actually forgotten about that because it did used to be when they added the SDF, the sign distance fields shield tech. Wow. Such a big deal. We totally take for granted that now. But man, I mean, a lot of tech has really gone a long way, but there's just some stuff that just is so stagnant. You remember when the ᚹᛖᚚ would constantly get not just the ᚹᛖᚚ, but the murder prawn, the prowler was even worse for it because for a while the prowler didn't have countermeasures, So she was just a missile magnet. But if you got powered down, the view screens in the cockpit would just go off and you would literally be blind. It used to be a real problem all the time. Where the hell's the elevator? All right, where's the weapon shop?
Hi, welcome.
No, where the hell's live fire? There it is.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
$49,000 for ammo. All right, just popped 100K for ammunition. All right, I think that was all I needed here. Because I did grab grenades. I grabbed arc light. Yeah, we should be set.
Welcome. Hi, welcome to the store. Hi.
Well, because they've got to balance it, right? That's the problem. Is that, you know, to be honest, we've been having that conversation for 10 years, right? That what they really needed to do was just give the thrusters and the MAVs statistics, right? And just use physics to generate the characteristics for the damn ships. And at one point, we used to have a live calculation so that if a MAV was damaged, the ship's computer would calculate to make sure that you could still fly the ship. And we don't have that now. Now we have pre-baked profiles. So your ship is expected to behave, the IFCS, the Intelligent Flight Control System, right? The idiotic flight control system. It knows how all the thrusters behave together. And as soon as single thrusters get broken, then that becomes an irrelevant calculation. And that's why you wind up with ships spinning and everything. Are we ever going to get that back where they live calculate it? I have no idea. Well, it's supposed to be science, yes. But I mean, I think we're all on the same page as you, Bare Metal. But we don't have that anymore, and we haven't had that for a long time. We just haven't, right? We still have homogenized ships, and we still have many ships, especially most of the light fighters, as unpopular as it would be for me to say that to the light fighter club. Most of them have MAVs that are way too strong. I mean, you look at the rear engines on the Sabre or the Gladius or the Arrow and compare them to the nozzles for the MAVs, right? And it should be a very small percentage of thrust on the MAVs compared to the main engines or even the retros. We shouldn't get the kind of lateral strafing that we have. Not the same as we should have with the forward, the longitudinal thrust, except when you're flying a ship like the ᚹᚖᚚᚗᚗ or the Guardian or the Fury. You know what I mean? The ships that have the special tech that are able to redirect those main engines to help with the maneuvering. That should be where the difference is in the way those ships handle. But we don't have that kind of character right now. Instead, we have, essentially everything is the same. And there's little tweaks. The Gladius flies a little different than the Sabre, excuse me, etc. But not enough a character in the difference between those ships. Not to mention, we took this, right? We had this much play. I'm going the wrong way. We had this much play with ship performance before master modes, right? Because we had 0 to 1,000 meters per second ish, right? And at 1,000 meters per second, gameplay got to be terrible a lot of times. Don't get me wrong. We needed to do something about this because it didn't work. But we essentially squished 1,000 meters a second down to like 300 meters per second, right? Most SCM speeds are 300 meters per second or lower. There's some that may be a little bit more. There's some boosts that go outside that, but most of them have lost 2/3 of their performance range overall, which means now instead of having this much room to make a difference between a caterpillar and an arrow, we have this much room. And yeah, I know that there are some ships that are even slower, like big ships have like 100, 120 meter per second range. So there's a little bit more play in there, but not enough. There isn't. When you start flying a ship like the Carrack, man, the thing should be really, really sluggish. It's got big engines, so you can build up the speed, right? But compared to even a heavy fighter, the big ships are not sluggish enough. That means that you can't have strafing runs by light and heavy fighters because while you're strafing, the Carrack's doing this, trying to point the nose at you. And while it may not be able to track you, right? And the Carrack's not necessarily a great example because it doesn't have guns. But you know what I'm saying? You can't, the big ships are just not sluggish enough. And it's so frustrating. So we don't have enough character. We don't have enough room for character between ships. That's part of the problem with master modes. And part of that is because when they slowed everything down, right, they needed to slow down MABs even more. And while that would make some people very unhappy, potentially even me, because I used to really enjoy evasive flying, they needed to slow some of this stuff down to make room for character in the ships. You can't have World War II in space and be worried about flying your ships at Mach 2. You can't have both. You're not going to have in-your-face dogfighting if ships are still moving at 1,200 meters a second, right? So, I mean, you know, part of the problem is what they're trying to do is almost incompatible, right? The future space game, dogfighting in space. They got to find a way to make that work. But if they're going to stick to their guns on dogfighting in space, they got to slow it down so that positional combat means more. And I mean, I know that you could go watch Virgil's videos and he'll tell you that you can have positional combat now and all of that, and you can. If you're really good, you can do it. But there's not enough difference in the character of ships. And they're not trading stuff off either, right? Like the Arrow is small and more fragile, and it should be much more nimble, right? It should be able to change direction very quickly. But it shouldn't necessarily be as fast overall because it's small. There's a trade-off there that you have to play for game, right? Obviously, if we're talking about space, we should all, in theory, have unlimited velocity as long as we keep accelerating long enough. But we can't do that because the engine can't hack it. So when you're balancing the Arrow versus the Gladius, you have to make decisions, right? Gladius should probably be able to accelerate and decelerate more quickly, but it shouldn't be able to lateral thrust as quickly, even if it's got more lateral thrusters, because it's a bigger ship, right? So it should be more longitudinally driven. When you start talking about rates, pitch and yaw, I don't know, somebody smarter than me would have to figure out which is more appropriate. But if you're going to give different characters between the Arrow and the Gladius, all three of those things have to matter. You know, your lateral thrusts, your longitudinal thrusts, and then your rates for your pitch and your yaw. And even the roll, all of that matters. And they're too similar right now. They are different, but they're too similar. And part of that is because there's just not enough room. And the part of that is because they slowed down max speeds in combat so much, but they didn't necessarily slow down the MAV max speeds enough to leave room for the character in the ships. Like I said, I know that there's plenty of people that would want to set me on fire for saying slow anything down, but that's what has to happen. Absolutely, I agree. And I mean, part of the problem that we've got now is with marketing having as much leverage as it does, they are afraid to make changes that will upset current backers because that's bad press. But if you want to have a solid game at the end of all of this, you have to stick to your guns, even if it makes us unhappy in the short term. But they are so afraid of the salt. They really are. Marketing, I mean. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not quite as cynical as some people in that regard, right? Like, I do believe that we're going to get there. I think that Chris Roberts still wants the vision he wants. And while it may have evolved some since the original Kickstarter, I don't think it's evolved so much that it's incompatible with what he's pitched in the long run. Now, you can't please everyone, right? And it's his game. He's the driving force. Hopefully, he still wants to play a game that I still want to play. But if they're going to decide that this is the way it's going to be, then stick to it and make it happen. Do the best that you can do within the parameters that you've given us, right? Anyway. I don't know what's bouncing around. The camera, maybe? Just trying to figure out what the hell is going on there. All right, show me inventory that works. Come on. All right, so we've got ammunition. We have sustenance. We have meds. That's a med gun. Give me a tractor beam in case I need it. Do I have a knife? I do have a knife. All right. I do think we are actually prepped at this point. We're going to head back to Everest and we're going to set our hospital. I love this weird shit with text that gets added to these statuses and up here sometimes too. What is this by zero? There was a divide that was bouncing here, and now I have by zero. What was dividing by zero, guys? Because that's not good when it comes to computer programming. Where is this shit coming from? I always wonder, why are we getting... Oh, that's right, because some of the Lagrange stations are still upset about... they still have the trespassing warning even when they shouldn't. All right, I'm going to get to Everest and I got to buy a break real quick and then I'll be right back. Alrighty. Here's to hoping that everything's going to behave. It could be, but you see now I'm out of the hangar and while I was in private property, I still had the trespassing warning. They have fixed it at some of the stations. Like Cruel 1 was one of those that if you went there, it showed that you were trespassing even if you weren't. And obviously Hurl 1 still has the problem. I thought that I saw that it was fixed in Cruel 1, but I don't know, man. The Lagrange stations aren't firing at me so far, so I'm just going to be thankful for that. Of course it didn't jump. Of course not. Okay, I am thrusting forward. Why did it do the... It did the wiggle thing. That was very strange. Very strange. All right. Anyway, I do like the Guardian. She's a cool little ship. I do wish that it had been just a little bit better thought out. I don't think it would have hurted the aesthetics if they had adjusted the shape of it a little bit. Like, again, why is it doing this? I don't understand. That doesn't really make sense to me. It's the little Guardian rather, not gladiator. Guardian eyeball dance. I'm decoupling now, yeah. I'm sure it was some kind of couple counter thrust thing. It's like, yeah, like a gecko or something. It's the eye roll. Oh my god. This fucking game. Red Fat Fury. That's it. It is the Red Fat Fury. Oh, I knew I was going to clip it. I knew it. All right. You know, I can't wait until they fix this shit. It's this freaking mini game of, oh God, can I click it fast enough? I hate you, Star Citizen. This is one of those things that I see and I go, what the fuck? How is this a thing? It's maddening. I want to know when I get to set a separate keybind for exit front. I mean, I just want to hold like Control Y or something, right? And it would exit front instead of having to use that awful interaction system. Come on. All right. What the shit were we seeing there? We were seeing Hurston. Oh no. That was pretty funny. It would. Yes. And I mean, you know, we've got the Mustang, we have the Titan, we have the Guardian, obviously. What else is there? There's a couple of other ships. At least those would be really nice to have that option. It shouldn't all be a battle. A Vulture, there you go. I knew there was at least one more.
Yeah.
Got an accident inbound. It's a pretty big one, so
Why
team
should
stand by.
healthcare be a hassle? Recently ranked 5th in patient wait times. Choose convenience. Choose ᚹᚖᚚᚗᚗᚗ.
And this is another one of those things they really need to fix, too. Why it doesn't update that screen, I don't know, because it used to.
Bring the red bags.
All right, give me just a second, y'all, to do the buy break, and I will be right back.
Yeah. Hey.
Hello.
What? Hey. What?
I love it when this kind of thing happens. It's like, if you're that fascinated, take a picture, bro. I don't really know. It's like, what is going on, man? I just don't find anybody I run into that fascinating.
Yeah.
You know what I really want to do soon is I want to go and hunt for the Xenothreat armor like this, right? Because this is the ADP Mark IV, right? You can go buy green at various cargo decks and at Seraphim. I like it. I like the armor. It's cool, heavy armor, right? Not the helmet, obviously, but you can get this now at in Pyro. The Xenothreat heavy armor is this model. I really like it, and it's also black and red. It's got the Xeno crest on the chest. So when Pyro content is behaving better for me, you'll see me trying to go farm the shit out of that, because that's the armor that I want to wear on the regular, rather than having to buy the store armor, which is silly, especially since I don't like the helmet that I'm not using that goes with it. And how you doing, Cadmium? I didn't realize that was your name. I saw orange and somebody else was orange earlier. Anyway, let's go actually try and do a mission now that we've done all that logistics running around. Why is that? Why is this still a thing? I don't understand this. You know, when we got this and got to see, you know, of course, that's not the Hull A either. Why is this still all jank is the word I'm looking for. Where's the ship that I'm using? It should be right here. I mean, obviously, I have some of these, or have had some of these stored here at Everest. I don't understand why it doesn't work. And where's the ship that I actually have spawned?
Yeah.
Sleeping in the afternoon a lot, dried yourself out to not miss a day. Well, I'm sorry to hear you're tired. That's never a lot of fun, being worn out. No, this is not what I want. I want ground bounty missions, man. What about Entrenched at Hendrix? This will work. Contract unavailable. Somebody must be farming them.
Good day.
All right, well, that's fine. Let's go do a ship mission and see how the Guardian feels, since I haven't really done much with it yet. There we go. Divide by 0. You see it? Hydration down below. Divide. And whatever that icon is in the upper right. By 0. What? What the hell, CIG? What is that? All right, do we still have our ship spawned? I think so, right?
Welcome to the ᚹᛖᚚᚗᚗ vehicle retrieval system.
No, unknown. It's got to still be in the hangar. I'm going to actually be really pissed off if it has been destroyed mysteriously. No, I don't want to go to pad 4. I want to go to the button I pushed, you steaming pile of dog feces. Broken. Elevators are broken, CIG. All right, there's my ship. Good deal. Do I have, uh-oh. Nice freeze. Do I have sustenance here? You see, I got ready to stock up on some Cambio stuff just to have it in Pyro, and then never did pick it up. Whatever. We'll just use what's in our backpack. Chug, 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 chug. Really? Why do I not have a... Why is there no canister in this? How did that even happen? It's got to be... This has got to be the one that I had equipped when I did the character repair, right? That's my guess. All right. Well, I know I have some in the ship. Is that me? Did I just bump the ship? I bet it was. Because ships don't have mass. They're like little paper airplanes. Blown away by the slightest little interaction with anything. This would be a perfect little sound bit for Spectrum. Oh, God. I need to start making sound bites again. I used to have a whole little panel of sound bites to play, and I don't have any of that set up now. The flock of wah-wahs definitely needs to be one for Spectrum, though. Yeah. Yeah, hangars are definitely, and it's because of the gateway queue, right? It's the gateway queue, right? They only want to give one freaking gateway per hangar size or whatever it actually is. It feels like that's exactly what it is. They definitely need to fix that because the whole impatient ATC is super frustrating, especially if you're playing something big. Where's my mission? Oh, come on, really? Go to Magda Cave. Sure, no problem. Oh, dude. There's a workaround for this. We could, in theory, do the Alt F4. Really? Really? You cannot manage to navigate to Magda, huh? When I die of a freaking stroke or an embolism, or I bash my head in against the wall and a subdural hematoma ends me, it will be the navigation system in Star Citizen that does it. And I'm counting on you guys to file a class action lawsuit against CIG for it when it happens. There's no, they should do this. They should just make the timer longer. And if that means that the queue is more congested, then open up the motherfucking queue because there's more than one hangar per size at every location. And CIG fucking knows it. I'm sorry, I just don't have patience for it, right? The big stations like that have at least 4 small hangars, 4 medium hangars, and at least 8 large hangars. I don't know where the extra larges are. Actually, I guess they don't have them, right? If you're going to extra large, you have to use a docking port, right? But those stations have plenty of hangar space. It never used to be a problem to this level when we didn't used to have personal hangars, right? There would be queues, but it would be way less often. It should not be any more now than it was then. It should be less, even with there being 500 players in a shard. Because there should be plenty of space if they just opened the motherfucking queue up. It's ridiculous that, you know, a station like that can only give you a lane for one small hangar, one medium hangar, and one large hangar. And CIG would have to show me evidence that that's not the case of the way it works right now, because it's exactly the way it behaves. I can watch it happen at freaking Orison. Right? I can watch it at the spaceport at Orison. I get queued because I have a very large hangar, because I have a freaking Polaris loaner, and I'll see somebody else in a small ship landing in one of the extra large hangars, and I'll sit there and wait, and it's like, yep, here comes the guy in a Vulture landing in an extra large hangar because he too has a loaner Polaris, right? And as soon as the door closes, then I get queued from 3 to 2, and then I watch somebody else in a small ship landing at a very large hangar someplace, and then it goes from 2 to 1, and then I get to land. It's bullshit. They just need to wind the queue up more. They got to be able to handle at least 2 hangars per size now. Let's just do it, man. How you doing, Shadow Wolf? You feel called out? Well, I mean, I'm doing the same thing in my Hall A, right? I'm going down to Orison to visit, and I'm going to land, and I'm going to land in what? My extra large freaking hangar. Why? Because it's my hangar, my home hangar location. It's nonsense. They can do better. They need to do better. The amount of wasted time that we get with bullshit like that in Star Citizen, that's what's really infuriating, right? There's other stuff that's aggravating as well. You have a Vulture and a loaner Polaris at Orison, yeah. I don't have a Vulture, but, you know, it's the same situation. It's just we shouldn't have to deal with those kinds of wasted times, man. We shouldn't. Just bump the queue, especially on the small hangars. And if there aren't enough small hangars, then go ahead and queue people into the large ones, because there's plenty of large hangars. To be honest, they're probably going to have fewer problems if they get stuck in a large hangar anyway. Less likely to wind up with ships not managing to traverse the elevators and not storing, etc., etc., etc. Okay, can we navigate to Magda down? Not that it matters, because we don't have our we don't have a marker for our cave. This should take us to the map. We should be able to click on this entry and have it take us to that location on the map. Granted, the map doesn't have a location for that right now, but it's only partially integrated. Keep people away from my large hangars. Well, they just need to not be throttled, right? And then it would not be a problem. All right, I guess we're going to risk it with the... Maybe, let's see. We'll go ahead and go to Magda and see if we get a marker that's just hidden. Is that my target location? All right, good deal. Workaround citizen. There's no mission marker, but we still need to know where we go. Know where we need to go. Somewhere's in there is the right order of words that actually makes sense.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Okay, well that didn't get me closer for sure. You gonna actually let me jump to it though? Yeah. All right. If you could log in to use your large hangers, I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah. Shadow Wolf can't even get in the game anyway, so it doesn't matter. I had a hanger eat my my Star Lancer the other day. Loaded up with the rover and the bike, and the rover had an extra set of gear in it and 2 weapons in the rack and all of that. And I spawned the ship, and it didn't go up on the lift and wound up destroyed. None of the workaround shit worked. It's not a big deal, but it's just, I'm so tired of that shit. That's why we can't have nice things, CIG. I mean, the extra gear was nothing special. You know, it is what it is, but it's like ship persistence is non-existent right now. It just isn't a thing. Where's the guy that I actually need to kill? Because this isn't him. Oh, it'll be this one here. Darth Samuelson. I know it's actually Garth Samuelson, but Darth is... Oh, come on! Fun detected. Good grief, man. The fucking timing, dude. Literally, I have spent 2 hours and 46 minutes and 20 seconds just trying to get to the point where I can play the game. And this is when I get server errored. Oh, it's freaking priceless, dude. Where's that sound clip that that Mike and them use for morphologists? I spent an hour, and of course now the mission's gonna be bunk, right? Because this is the same guy. We're gonna kill it anyway and see if that completes the mission.
Caution, target friendly. Caution, target friendly.
Looks like nope. That's unfortunate. What can you do, though? Let's see if there's anything on this 400. I mean, you know, we'll take another mission in a minute, but it's just one of those things. It's like, you know, it's comical how bad it is. No cargo. All right. They do sometimes work. I have actually, the problem that we're having right now with combat missions, right, is that if I were to come to this location and the mission was working and turn around and jump away and then jump back, the same thing happens. So they don't properly respawn, and that includes when you do the server error. I have had some in the past go through a server error and immediately go back to fighting, and it worked, but it was not in 4.0. So it definitely still needs to be fixed. This is unfortunate because, you know, freaking forget about actually trying to get anything done. Whatever. Don't have any bunkers. I don't have any entrenched. All right, whatever. Let's just do an MRT. Track. Do I not have a, I don't have a marker for this one either. Fantastic. This is really irritating to me because this had been so much better the last few days for me, where mission markers were popping and everything was working. So I'm guessing this shard has a problem. All right, whatever. Let's just let me go to space. Yes. I'm, as a matter of fact, when I streamed with the Hull A the other day, one of the missions that I was doing when I did the server error, I was able to complete it with no problem. I think as long as you have picked up your cargo and you know where your destination is, you seem to be fine. From one server error to another. Oh my God, bruh. Yeah, I know, Warlock. I was thinking about it, but that's exactly why I didn't. Because when I had this earlier this morning at Crusader, Shardlocked is exactly what happened to me. We're going to try and get out to deep space as soon as we can and get off this shard. Because this is probably the same shard I had the problem with earlier. And I tell you what CIG is absolutely failing to do right now. And it's failing the people who are actually playing the preview right now. This is one of the 2 live services that we have available. Is they are failing to maintain the shards. They are a fucking mess now. And I know that there's a certain value to be had in picking up data for these as they crash and everything, but we're still talking about a freaking live service. And I know it's a preview, so they get a little bit of room as a result there. No, let me go out to Arc. But the quality of gameplay had picked up for a while, and now it's trash again. We whited it out. Yeah, the C2 ramp is fixed. I saw that for myself. The ramps are nice and level, which is nice. All right, just get me out of Hurston space. I'm gonna bed log and hop and pray for the best. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's, you know, and data value is fine, but you have to weigh that against the player experience. And there's no fucking way that more people are still playing 324 than are playing the 4.0 preview. There's just no way. Which means that most of your live service is being inconvenienced by your not properly maintaining the shards. Because I do believe, genuinely, it's just they're aging out. The trash is getting built up. Sometimes you really do. Just like Windows, have to shut it down and restart it. Did you try turning it off and turning it back on again? As ridiculous as that sounds, when you've got this many moving parts, it's exactly what has to happen. You can collect your data for a while, but as things get really bad, and I know, and part of me is like, they're going, well, yeah, but we're going to drop 401 live this week. So we're just going to let y'all suffer, and we're going to gather the metrics. That's what I feel like we're getting. That's my vibe from the universe right now. It's saying, suck it up, Buttercup. You're just going to have to deal with it. All right. Turn off the cruise control, which is totally broken, by the way. Cruise control, broken. If I set cruise, right? I set cruise. And then I fly along, right? I'm going to turn cruise off. This is me turning cruise off. A lot of times, it doesn't do this. If you quantum in between, it won't actually decelerate. As a matter of fact, sometimes you'll get what we just got a second ago. I don't know if you guys were paying attention while I was getting ready to bitch about it. Is it freaking pegged and accelerated all the way up? And it's like, why are you doing that? That's not right. That's not proper behavior. Whatever, though. All right. We're going to try and bed log and not lose the whole kit and caboodle. Since all my extra gear is in a box in the ship. Four times the charm. Log out. Cruise mode can't be trusted. No, it can't. It definitely can't. Cruise mode is the leading edge of the AI revolution that's just trying to kill us all. You have reached your final destination, asteroid. All right. We are going to go EU. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yesterday, now that I think about it, I got 60K errored, 6015'd in US, and I couldn't get logged back into US servers. So actually, the hauling that I was doing yesterday was mostly in the EU. Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Yep. All of that. You know what used to be a problem in that vein was if you were cruising along, right, and you open the mobiGlas, the acceleration value that it was picking up from your inputs, right, would stick while you were in the mobiGlas. So it isn't just that if you were cruising at 600 meters per second, you would stay at 600 meters per second. If you had been accelerating at all, by the time you came out of the mobiGlas, you would be at max speed. I got killed by that so many times. And I would add that that includes if you were reverse strafing, it would decelerate and then carry your ass backwards the whole time you were in the mobiGlas. I don't know why my joystick axes wouldn't just work while I've got the mobiGlas up. Oh, God. Yeah, that does suck. You know what I had happen yesterday on talking about cargo is I went to go unload at one of my stops off the Hull A, right? And I had a 4 SCU container on the pad, and then on top of that was a 2 SCU container. I went to grab the 2, and instead it grabbed the 4, and when I pulled the 4 off accidentally, the 2 just disappeared. So I was not able to deliver that 2 SCU of cargo. So while you're unloading cargo, be careful. It's probably less of an issue in ships with internal cargo, but external cargo, I have no idea where that 2 SCU went. And that really annoys me that should even be a thing. if I have a 2 piled on top of a 4, the 4 should be locked until I take the 2 off. The tractor beams are so unintuitive in general. They're so half-assed. God, they make me unhappy. On the subject of cargo also, I'm thinking really hard that something's going to get melted and get turned into a Hull B. Since the Hull B is supposedly supposed to be landed loaded. As much as I like the A, it would be nice to have something with 384 SCU of cargo, whatever it is that's on the B. So I'm thinking that I'm going to wind up with a B. I love the A. The A is fantastic. For anything under 64. Love that thing. As much as I enjoy using other stuff, like the Star Lancer or the MSR, I just can't bring myself to do it because the A works so well. That's your personal hangar. Awesome. Did you try going to the lobby ASOP? I've been able to get the lobby ASOPs to cooperate sometimes. Yeah, I don't have a Nomad on my main right now, but it's one of those things that I definitely will have to add to the fleet. Because as far as small single load ships goes, 24 SCU is actually huge. Huge. Insert Trump memes here. Yeah. I really am almost at the point where I think you should just use the lobby ASOP terminals always. Doesn't matter as much at Grimhex, I don't think. But every place else, it tends to skip the hangar elevator animation and you wind up with less trouble. Of course, sometimes you have to go back to your hangar to fly a ship out and fly it back because it says it's unknown. Wait, it can carry a Cyclone? A Cyclone fits in the Nox? I mean, in the Nomad? It can't fit right. Speaking of vehicles not fitting right, I was watching Expat birthday stream yesterday, and she was taking the Nursa and popping all 6 wheels off the Nursa and hauling it with the tractor beam into her Zeus, chucking it in the very backside to use it as a hospital. You can instant despawn stuff using the old ASOPs if your elevator is borked. You can most of the time. Only if it shows to be on the pad, though. Sometimes I use the lobby ASOP and it wants to claim instead, which is not good because it shows unknown instead of on the pad. Fantastic. Well, that was why I hopped off US, because I was having a bad time with it. All right, we're going to go back to Hurston. And see if we can actually do missions. She's a cool ship. I have to admit that I did something today in order to have the Guardian to fly around that I'm probably going to regret in the long run. And that is I CCU'd my Corsair to the QI. So I no longer have a Corsair right now. But I'm not flying it because I keep using the Star Lancer if I'm going to use the Corsair. I just didn't have enough store credit, or I probably would have CCU'd my Blue. Because to be honest, that's probably where we'll wind up. is get rid of the blue. I'll keep the black. We'll probably get one of these instead of the blue, just to have something that's different. I don't think she's a super effective ship, although I have definitely been pirated by one twice now. Right? I got interdicted by one in my MSR and got blown up. They didn't destroy the ship, though. They soft-deathed it. And then yesterday, or Saturday rather, I was doing the 200K salvage mission out of Pyro 5, where you go and you jump to the mission marker and you loot the ships. And after I loaded my ship the first time, I got interdicted by one. So people are definitely using it. I did escape, but my ship drifted away 10 clicks out, and they had time to board it and steal it and fly off in it. And I had to EBA to a NPC vulture to fly away. Well, the thing is that as much as I didn't, granted, when we have live bounties, I'll probably want to have the blue. So maybe I won't. But the Corsair was definitely feeling redundant right now. So, you know, we pop the $10 CCU or whatever, and Corsair is gone. I like the blue, don't get me wrong. It's just that bounty hunting right now, it's so beyond broken. It's useless. And for the other stuff that the blue does, I actually really want a Mantis. So I'll almost certainly wind up with a Mantis. But the blue, the pods will be nice to have when we actually get to live capture bounties in 10 years. Because I don't know when we're getting bounty hunting V2, but I ain't holding my breath. And how you doing, ᚹᚖᚚᚗᚗᚗ? All right, sure, bunker. Nope. Contract unavailable. Where's my bounty hunting missions? Give me a entrenched. All right, where's this one at? Eldbridge. Yeah, it is nice to have that little bit of cargo space. I still got no marker. I can do the mission, but this is getting really old because this was so much better, and now it's just absolutely trash again. Come on, man. Elbridge, not Eld, just Elbridge. I know. I can't do PTU again. Right now, I don't have any interest in a temporary progress that doesn't mean anything. I'm too old to waste my time. That's genuinely the way that I feel now. Right? And arguably, playing Star Citizen at all is wasting time. I know. I want my rewards. I want whatever progression I can get. I like the Mantis. And I mean, you know, I do kind of jive with the RSI vibe there. I like the blue too, but to be honest, the range on the blues QED is stupid small. It's a joke. Granted, it's been a little while since I used it, but it just doesn't feel Of course, that gets me all off on the subject of speed and ships and everything in general again. So maybe we should just stay away from that conversation. Exactly why you don't do PTU as well. Yeah, and it's why you won't catch me dead in 324 right now, right? Because, I mean, what a waste of time. They should have shut that shit down already. Speaking of dodging missiles, did they fix the missile audio in 401 yet? Does anybody know? I am so tired of this bullshit with no audible missile alerts. I keep hearing it's very crashy as well. Oh, this is a ground one, huh? My bad. Understandable. It really annoys the shit out of me that this is a problem. It shouldn't be. That's bullshit. Because, I mean, it's not like that's an insignificant audio bug, right? It just isn't. It is huge not having the freaking audio warnings. That is just, it's a fail on one of those levels that's totally unacceptable. Yeah, that's what I did. I managed to bedlog and hopped EU. It's just so bullshit for this to be a problem. It makes me so mad. All right.
Engines off.
I mean, I don't blame anybody for playing the game the way that it is, right? I mean, I've used missiles. I got missiled the other day. As a matter of fact, I was giving somebody the business in Pyro Saturday, I think it was, because he was in a Firebird, and he tried to missile kill me in my Hull A. And failed. I was like, I guess you were just bored, huh? Yet somehow you still failed to kill the Hull A. It's like, good job, bro. Hitting every bug manageable. Yeah, I believe it. Ah, crap. This one was like 56K or something, right? Do not harm allies. This mission's going to fail. I'm not going to get to do this. I don't know why we've got these bright white EMOD stabilizers now. I don't like them. In before collateral damage. Well, I mean, it's a criminal bunker, so even the allies are criminals. I don't have to worry about going to prison. But the mission will be bugged. The first guy that I shoot will fail the mission. You watch. Been a rough introduction. It's definitely a deep end of the pool kind of game, right? Hey, come play Star Citizen with me. Dunk. Push your head under the water. I'm gonna not snipe. I'm gonna go ahead and get close and hope that if they engage me, yeah, well, I'm surprised it's not pink. It's like we have all these shotguns and stuff that are Star Kit and pink. That's a missing texture as well. Steal the goggles and hard hats, yeah. These guys are going to be, these will be drug dealers, so they won't even have any of that shit. Although I have stolen a couple of their shirts and jackets. But you watch, the first guy that I shoot will fail the mission. Barbie R97s, yeah. See, these guys are clearly armed. Come on, dude. Wake up and shoot at me. All right. I feel like that's the only way to avoid failing the mission is to let them shoot at you. So that you can establish that they're not. Hello? So you can establish that they're not allies. All right, what the shit is going on here, bro? I'm getting all kinds of weird movement shit. Because normally I would have just sniped these guys on the outside. And every single time I go to snipe one. And that's it. The mission's done. Oh, shit. Oh, come on! What the fuck? Seriously? I pull the damn sniper rifle out and the mission fails? Nope, nope, whatever. Just do the thing. Oh, God, I hate this game. So irritating. I don't actually know what to think about that this time. Was because this guy didn't fire first? Or was it because they used the freaking sniper rifle? I'm so annoyed. I hope this shit's fixed in 401. Dude. So irritating. At least if it would have just failed right away, I wouldn't have wasted my time trying to engage 7 dudes. And I really don't understand exactly what it is that's causing that problem either. Because clearly they know I'm hostile, right? They opened fire on me immediately. So how did it fail for any of these guys being allies? I want to smack somebody with a Nerf bat. ᚹᚖᚚᚗᚗᚗ in the upper right hand corner underneath the global, whatever the hell that is. What is that? What is that? Is Divide by Zero a player? Of course, I don't think we're on that server anymore. I don't know where these words, I'm assuming they're player names now, popping up in these locations makes no sense to me. That's all we're trying to do. Take care of business. And the game just keeps punching us in the face, man. I try and hook it too hard, I'll give myself a heart attack. Heavy armor is definitely slower on the march. You notice it right away. This is damage, I assume. Odd that... Is this the default color stuff going on there? No, I'm not sure. I'm just curious about the fact that this engine, this map thruster is orange, red, whatever, and this one isn't. I'll have to pay attention when it's totally repaired. I feel like somebody else has got to be just farming the shit out of the Merc missions. The ground bounties. Because, I mean, we're not getting shit here. All right, whatever. Are we gonna get a marker? I bet we're not even gonna get a marker. No. Oh man. Maybe I need to go ahead and risk the Alt F4, but I'm not going to do it with goodies in my ship, so we'll need to store the goodies someplace. I've had such good luck with mission markers really the last week. It's so annoying to see this kind of crap. Where is this? Is this someplace I can get to? Magda. We should have a satellite POI, right? I guess it's going to be that one. We'll be able to see when we get around the planet, I guess. ᚹᚖᚚᚚᚗᚗ. There it went again, stab in the brain. CIG's trying to kill me. Stephen Waggles Fitzroy. He's a pipwiggler, right? That's why he goes by Waggles. Maybe he likes to waggle his eyebrows. He's very suggestive. With an emotive face.
Contact received. Shield on. Missile log. Shield under attack.
It's a nice missile. It reset my fucking power again. God, that's so tiresome. Come on, die already. Right into the sun, of course. Hello? I can have some hit reg, please? Thank you. Where is he? Come here, you little Talon. Oh God, the teleport. Hello? Oh my God. It's so bad. Where'd they go? Where'd the other one go? Where you at, you little bastard? I don't know why it does that red highlight thing sometimes, but it might be nice for that to actually be an option at times. Decided to take a nap there at the end. Hey, what's up, Scotty? Kicked a butt. Awesome. I did just ignore messages from one, and I don't think I checked to make sure that they were out of the channel. I hate them Discord bots so much. All right, let's see. I guess let's go back to Avarice and unload the box or store the ship and try and Alt F4. Punisher did it. All right. I don't have you. No, you know what? Because I was confused by your name at one point because I'm an old man. I'll get you modded. Because I can't remember shit, man. Can't remember shit. CRS is a lifestyle. All the cotton balls. That's where they manufacture all the cotton balls in Hurston. Right there in the clouds. I'm not even going to know what to do when someday navigation just works in Star Citizen. I'd say remember when, but I don't. It's been so long, I don't remember when navigation actually ever worked. Perfect. Perfect. We're being queued. I don't see any ships around at all. But we're waiting on a hangar for some reason. Is the door really closed? I mean, really open? Because it was opening, and then it was suddenly open. I don't know if I believe you. I guess it was actually open. You know, that's not at all what I meant to do at all. On any level was that what I meant to do. We definitely meant to repair or try. Jeez, CIG, come on, man. It's so bad. I'm waiting on the repair because I want to see if I'm just wrong about the, I don't know, I don't feel like it changed anything. We definitely still have a little bit of wear and tear, so I'm not sure what to think there. All right, well, doesn't really matter. All right, engines are off. We're going to store the ship, but we're going to do it from the lobby. This is fine. No, come on, man. Oh my God. This is the trap, right? I can't actually get an elevator. I mean, maybe there's an elevator there, but it sure doesn't look like it. And if I go to store the ship, we'll wind up clipping the ship into the hangar deck and blowing it up, right?
Welcome to the ᚹᛖᛚᚗᚗ vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage. Please visit us again.
All right, maybe if we watch, it'll just behave, right? It's the observer effect. Don't take your eyes off the ship. Don't blink. All right. Now let's hope it's actually stored.
Welcome to the ᚹᛖᚚᚗᚗ vehicle retrieval system.
Stored. Fantastic.
Please visit us again.
All right. Now, out of curiosity, can we have an elevator now? I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. All right. Let's terminate our Star Citizen experience. Bruh. Relaunching the game. Maybe I should have taken a mission so that I could see that it had a marker. And I meant to, and I forgot. Because of the elevator. Oh, man. The old brain is feeling pretty abused right now. We are locked in. That's a good sign. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Whatever circumstance this is, CIG, this is fail, guys. This is fail. If there's no fucking room for me to join the shard I was on, kick me to another one. Quit fucking up with basic shit. Oh, God, man. It hurts my head so much.
Aegis combat system activated. Systems green. Aegis combat system activated. Systems green.
I'm not expecting this to work, but it is one of those workarounds that gets mentioned. Now I'm going to have to character repair again. This kind of shit is just so tiresome. It really, really is. It is totally unacceptable. And I don't care how many moving parts there are. This kind of thing where you get locked into or out of a shard or both at the same time should never, ever have even made it into ᚹᛖᚚᚗᚗᚗ, and it absolutely sure as fuck shouldn't have made it out of ᚹᚖᚗᚗᚗ. And I know the 4.0 EPTU was essentially ᚹᚖᚗᚗᚗ that they opened up so that people could could add to the metrics, right? They needed more numbers. But the 60K thing, this has been going on for a while now, and it should be fucking fixed. It's one of those priority things that just needs to not happen. Just like elevators need to work, ships need to spawn and despawn, and calling hangars needs to work. If this shit isn't resolved this year, 2025 is the year, right? This is the stability year. If this shit isn't resolved this year, I really feel like we are literally pissing in the wind, and that they're never going to get any of it fixed. It's just so tiring to continue to be stepped on by CIG again and again and again. Ship showed no parts. Fantastic. Well, I'm gonna be like Shadow Wolf. Well, you can log into the game. Oh, fuck. All right, second character repair of the day. Yeah, that's actually so on point that I'm bleeding. It is. It is when it's behaving. It's the most Star Citizen game that we've ever had. And then when it decides to trip you up, you can't do a goddamn thing. It is a situation of extremes. And to be perfectly honest, that's totally unacceptable, right? At some point here, 10 years in, we should be able to count on some things to just work. And we can't. Arguably, the Pledge Store, but nothing else. Nothing else can you really feel like is going to be reliable from patch to patch, at least, right? Elevators are going to be fucked up. Doors are going to be fucked up. Hangars are going to be fucked up. Ships are going to be fucked up. ASOP terminals are going to be fucked up. Missions aren't going to complete. Missions aren't going to pop. NPCs are either going to be Terminators or they're going to be mannequins. PvP is going to be absolutely so desyncy it's a joke. Ship combat is going to absolutely be so desyncy it's a joke. I mean, it's one thing, or it's Pick a handful of those, and that's what you get when you roll the dice this patch. Which, at least they did it as a preview, right? I mean, you know, holiday patches are notoriously a shit show. Because they drop a patch and they go on holiday. I don't even care about that. What I care about is we have chronic problems that never get addressed. It's just, we need to see progress on, like, literally anything in regards to basic functionality that just works. Now, we did just essentially rebuild the entire engine, right? And that's an analogy. You took your car apart, rebuilt the whole engine, put it back together with all different parts, right? I mean, the server meshing stuff is a big deal. It really is. But I don't see how server meshing can be an excuse for broken elevators or ship hangars eating ships as they spawn and they don't come up the elevators right? Or not being able to log in. I mean, the 60K thing, I guess, is server meshing related. So at least we can blame that on something new, even though I know we've had the 60K errors in the past. Maybe. But it's the basic shit that's killing me, right? The mission markers not working. And then, again, we've got new moving parts, right? Missions are housed externally now. So that way, when you hop from server to server, when DGSs go down, your missions are supposed to still stick. I don't understand how I can still have the mission and even have the quantum POI and not have the marker for the mission. That kind of feels like basic shit that should just work if that other stuff is still working. So it gets pretty tired digesting the excuses for bad game development project. I'm kind of over some of it. It just needs to work. I need to be able to log in 100% of the time. I need to be able to get out of my hab bed 100% of the time. I need to be able to get out of my hab 100% of the time. I need my inventory to work 100% of the time. Elevators, ASOP terminals, hangars, 100% of the time. That shit just needs to work. You can spin me yarns about missions and all of those woes all day long, when I can start my game experience and end my session experience reliably every single time. Hell, we can't even log off reliably. Half the time you log off and the game crashes. I mean, that's not okay. And now the question is, do I stay in EU? Do I risk going back to US? I don't even know. Well, I guess I'm staying on EU because it hasn't done a thing. I'm still 60K'd. Maybe there's so many character repairs going right now that it hasn't done mine yet. I don't know, because the character repair doesn't give you an email, which makes no sense to me. CIG. How about you just, attach that, just like the copy PTU, delete PTU? How about the character repair generates an email to let me know it's been done? Speaking of basic shit that should just work. All right. Coffee cup's empty. I'm going to refill the coffee cup, and then we'll try one more time. And then if it still won't let me in the game, then I'll probably go do something else. Back in a minute, y'all. It teleports you back to your primary residence. I really think that's all it does in 4.0. 324 does a full repair, and it does it to both accounts. So if you only need 324 repaired, you're out of luck. You're going to get the 4.0 repair done, which is just going to teleport you to your primary residence. But that's it. That's all it's doing, I believe. And of course, in most games, in most MMOs, we call that an unstuck. I'm willing to entertain that it does more than just teleport me to my primary residence. It may clear some variable somewheres. It certainly ought to. It ought to kick me off the server. It should say, okay, you are totally logged off. Your connection to the game has been terminated. And then moves me to my primary residence. We really should just have an unstuck for Star Citizen as a temporary fixture. I don't want to see it become a thing in the game long term, right? Until they can figure it out better, where if you're actually legitimately stuck, it just moves you to the nearest legitimate location. You know, you're stuck in a geometry hole it moves you a few meters away where you're not stuck in a geometry hole. That's what it should do. And then it should probably have a clock on it. Right now, though, we need an unstuck that'll teleport me to the last place that I landed, or teleport me to my ship if it's nearby. If I'm already in the ship, it should take me to the last landing location. Put a clock on it. If people do it more than however often, more than once an hour, more than once every 30 minutes, then instead it warns them and says, you've used unstuck too often. This time it will terminate you and send you back to your hospital, right? So it just backspaces your ass and sends you back to your hospital. At least you're not stuck anymore. Because sometimes you can't backspace. The other day I was at the on Daymar at Whistler's Crypt, and I fell down in such a way that I was stuck between the hill and the platform. So I was in a permafall, but without actually falling. You can't backspace when that's going on. You can't do anything. But whatever. This is Star Citizen, right? Let's try again. Oh, old bones and joints. If it doesn't give me a choice to go US, then probably I'm still not repaired yet. It ought to be done by now. It's been pretty quick lately, which is nice, but these kinds of, the 60K errors got to go. I mean, I logged out of the damn game. No, I didn't. I take that back. I did Alt F4 because we were trying to get the missions to work. That's what I get, I guess. Huh? All right. Well, it looks like we can change regions again, so we'll go ahead and risk it for the biscuit with a US. And I assume I will be, yeah. No, it says it. Really? It didn't teleport me to my primary residence? You watch 5 minutes into playing the game, I'll get admin kicked. Because it didn't actually do the character repair, right? Because it says I'm still at Everest Harbor. Am I, though? We'll see, I guess. I don't know where I am yet. It says invalid location. Invalid location ID. All right. I am at Hurston RR, so we are going to be at Everest, it looks like. I am a little confused unless, like I said, it actually hasn't done the character repair yet. We'll see, I guess. If I get 19K kicked or whatever for admin. I think it's the 1009 or something. I don't remember. All right, let's see if the hospital's going to behave for us, because we still got a tier 3.
Yeah.
Everest is famous for not having hospital terminals that behave. Oh, it looks like it's going to work, though.
Welcome to MediUnit. How may I help you?
I'm so glad that you added this delay so that I have to stand here and wait to see what room it is, CIG.
Whether it's a simple case of the sniffles or something more serious, getting the right treatment has never been easier. Thanks.
There really are just a few things that just make me shake my head and cringe. Can I? Really? Server error incoming? Hello? Oh, God. Of course. Of course. $385 people in the shard, 52 in the server. Oh, man. I would love to see some numbers on how often are the servers crashing, right? How often are they spinning up new DGSs compared to old school 30Ks? I mean, with there being more moving parts, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that there are more. But with advancing game development, you would expect there to be less, right? Well, I mean, I do feel like that what they should be doing right now is weekly doing a cold restart, like you're saying, right? Because that's what all MMOs do. Everybody's got a weekly restart. WoW does, New World does. Every MMO that I have ever played has got a weekly restart. And there's a reason for that. That was pretty quick on replacing the DGS. Yeah, they all have maintenance days. And it's just a good idea to shut it down and restart it. Whatever, though. CIG needs to reinvent the wheel no matter what they're doing.
Take great care of you. Recently ranked 5th in patient wait times. Choose convenience.
You know, and on the subject of bad ideas, are these just props? All right, these are just props now. Because they did used to be, they were all movable carts, which is why they were all laying all over the place in the way.
No matter your health status, just by being quality
I'm glad to see that that's not the case anymore. Because you'd come right through here and they'd all be toppled down off the damn steps. Where is it? There it is. You're not going to let me do it again?
Yeah.
There's a hole right here. Container hole. If you're not wearing a helmet, you can definitely die right here.
What?
All right, let's see. The whole point was, right, to see if we had missions with markers again. Praise Pico.
again. Welcome. Goodbye to the ᚹᛖᛚᚚ vehicle retrieval system. To the ᚹᛖᛚ vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Please visit us again. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Hey, we didn't go to pad 4. It's a miracle. Can't get too excited, otherwise we'll get bitten in the ass. I don't like the fact that I'm hearing the hangar stuff right now. The whole point of me using the lobby thing was to hope that we didn't have to worry about that. It's like, that's why I looked away. I'm like, if it doesn't res all messed up in the elevator, then we're safe, right? Oh, come on. Oh, man. All the moving parts. All the moving parts, man.
Hello, how can this help you?
I mean, you know, it looks snazzy, but why does everything have to be over-engineered to the point of failure?
Engines on 100%.
You know, where's the worst part? Where's the worst place that you can put obstructions so that you can't actually see what's going on? Yep, you guessed it. Right over the pilot. Can I trust it? We definitely had a overlapping hangar situation there for a minute.
Landing gear up. Shield off.
Might should actually get on the crosshair and not the radar HUD. I don't even know what just happened. What the hell was that? We clearly blasted right through the planet. This is just like what we were seeing in EPTU when we jumped to the gateway stations and we'd blow by. I don't even know what to say to you guys, CIG. Man, y'all are hurting my head. You want to know what this would be great for? This canopy would actually be great as a bomber, right? You got all of the, or even as any kind of ground support vehicle, right? This is a terrible place for this to be in an actual spaceship. Add to the fact that, you know, all the other stuff that's in the way that blocks the view. Just never mind. I don't know why I bother. Rule of cool is all that we're talking about, right? It's all got to be rule of cool. Everything's got to be as cool as possible, but just on the surface level. Just on the surface level. Well, I mean, this is terrible, right? There's a reason that all the modern aircraft, fighter aircraft, have got these clear glass canopies with no overhead view, no overhead obstructions, right? Because this is a useful quadrant of view. And then they compound it in this ship with this massive HUD that's absolutely in the way if you get in any kind of a dogfight, unless you're side strafing, which is where you don't want to be, because you're definitely benefiting by controlling the G-forces exposed to the pilot, by controlling the G-forces the pilot is exposed to, by having him upright instead of side to side, because the human body is more resistant to G's going this way, because that's what we're used to. As soon as you start applying excess G's this way, we don't do as well. You do it this way, and we don't do as well either, because then all the blood wants to go into your brain. Right? I mean, it's like, this ship, this canopy would be 50% better immediately if they got rid of this and just put one MFT here and one MFT here and got that out of the way. However, if they were to get rid of this, if they had put the mount even underneath but on the sides or something in such a way as to leave all of this as open as this here, it would have made this canopy 500% better to have this view open. That is the seat restraint. Oh yeah, that's the seat restraint. It's like a roller coaster. It's exactly what it is. It's a damn roller coaster. Yeah, but you're not wrong. I don't know, man. And I mean, I know this is pointless. It's like CIG just thinks this is cool, whatever. Artistically, I can appreciate certain elements, although somebody should have leveraged a little utility into here to make the ship actually more useful. Yeah. Well, the thing is what's even worse, right, is we have all of this other stuff, right, that is overlapping the cast MFDs, which makes that bad too. I don't understand. It's like, are you even playing your own game? Are you considering any of this stuff at all? It's so frustrating. I don't see any Hurston guards. They all dead already? I'm afraid as soon as I start lighting up the Nine Tails guys that the Hurston guards are going to pop and I'm going to kill them. Oh, good God. This is so irritating. I'm getting all kinds of interaction delays too, which is really kind of irksome. I still hear weapons fire. Some of the Hurston guards are still alive. Oh, there's a civilian still left alive. God damn it. Why can't I loot this guy? Cannot remove Y. There we go. No, come on. Dude. Where's the freaking corpse loot, man? This freaking game. Bruh. Good grief, dude. Interesting that I can't loot the jumpsuit, though. Yo, dude, I'm just saying, man. You let Ninetales run amok in here and you just pretended like you didn't hear him. You killed your buddy, though. I'm a little disappointed that they replaced their Demicos with the Gallant rifles, which are just kind of meh. The Hurston Executive Guards, I mean. Although, admittedly, I'm not a big fan of the Demicos where they're at right now. Well, this one doesn't have any... He doesn't have any goggles. You like them? I've never much cared for them. Although they're not terrible. And once we can recharge them from armor, I think I'll like them more. Yeah, the bursts are nice. I do like that. The lumens, yeah, but absolutely, I feel like only when the servers are behaving. I don't know. I mean, I have mixed feelings about a number of the weapons. I'm glad that they're a little different, though, right? I mean, the fact that those weapons have flavor is nice. Yeah. Unlike so much of the ship stuff that we were complaining about earlier, it's like, you know, I'm ready for the homogenization to be done and for us to start getting flavor again. And it's starting now, but a poop-evader. It does. Come on, tractor beam. All right, let's see. Let's use my storage. Will there be enough room? Yeah. Do I really want to pile it in there? I guess I will. I would not have guessed that that was a female executive guard, especially since I'm pretty sure I have never, ever, ever heard a female NPC in any FPS environment anywhere in Star Citizen ever. That one too, huh? Who'd have thunk it? It's all right. It's all right. There's stuff about it that I would like better, but it's all right. At least the Guardian, right, comes off as a ship that was mostly gold standard, right? The Guardian is the first ship that we've gotten that felt like one that they kind of designed and they did the whole process, unlike the F7 Mark II and the F8C, which are absolutely just NPC ships with shit tacked on in the way of MFDs, right? The Polaris is a very complete ship, don't get me wrong, but it's very large. And I guess I should not overlook the Starlancer. Starlancer is pretty complete, right? But in the way of fighter ships, I am so aggravated at the current state of the F8 and the F7 Mark II, because those are really terrible examples of CIG going, hey, can we get this out for sale like now? I know it's not done, but can you get it done enough that they can fly it and use it? Because it's not even remotely close. I love that's true. I shouldn't overlook the Intrepid. All right. So I guess there's been a few, but this nonsense with those ships, right? They're just not ready. They're not ready. They shouldn't be. We should not be flying around in them. It's 100%. We just want to put some money in the bank. It does need more internal storage. There's stuff about it that needs to be tweaked, and there's stuff about this ship that I think actually needs to be tweaked too, but I'm just like I said, I'm over them rushing stuff out. To be honest, the Polaris not really ready either, as can be evidenced by the fact that it didn't even have the captain's corners when it first became flyable. Polaris really not ready. There were worse foibles that they could have made with the Polaris, but absolutely not really ready for prime time either. The flash spawns again too. I like the Corsair. I don't currently have one now since I've turned it into this, but that probably won't stick. I think that the Corsair, when they fix the turret situation again and they give it another serious pass, that then I'll be like, all right, I'm ready to take it back. I have some bones to pick with the Zeus. Everything about that cargo hold is actually pretty bad. Yes, the much about the Zeus I really love. Like, I love the ladder airlock exit situation. Really good. Right? But that very ass end of the ship, that extra lip with the cargo area, that is a nightmare for actually playing the game that it shouldn't have had. Everything about the ramp doorway, it's especially bad in the CL. Yeah, but it's not as easy as it should be. Added lips are a pain in the ass. It's just a bad call. There's a reason that we don't have lips like that on trucks in the real world. They just get in the way. I know that's a nitpick compared to a lot of stuff. So, you know, it could be a lot worse. I like the ship. I'm a little bit sorry that I don't have an MR. I don't know who that is, and I don't want anything to do with them. Can I please get in the pilot seat? I haven't gotten to fly mine yet with that paint. I did grab that paint, but I don't have it. What do they got in there? Ship parts? I don't know where he is. I'm trying not to blow him around. I keep waiting to get kicked, because I don't think it did the repair for me. I feel completely inattentive. I'd have been dead in Pyro for sure. I did not hear that Cutlass come up behind me. And I saw that dude, and I could have pulled out a weapon and engaged, but if he wanted to kill me, he could have killed me. You saw he's flashing the flashlight. Totally oblivious. I was definitely being a potato at the bunker. However, I would have been gone already if I could trust the corpses to stay put, right? The whole reason I didn't just take off with the corpses and loot the body later is the last time I did that, the body just vanished. Persistence, my ass. Good. Good. Yeah. Well, I might have been able to tractor beam at that time, but I could not interact with anything. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Because it was one of those with Hurston Executive Garden. It was just gone, just gone. That's good to know. I'll definitely pay attention if it happens again. But they're no longer lootable. Oh well, fantastic. Entrenched 62K. Why is this one so much higher? Avoid the civilians. All right, this one doesn't look like I have to avoid shooting anybody. All right, so we'll go for that one. Tractor beaming their soul. That's funny. Can I not? Can I please just do the thing? Come on, man. Fantastic. I'm contagious. I believe it. I'm sorry. I am definitely patient zero. That was me yesterday, though. I ran a hauling mission and logged out, made lunch, came back, and was shard locked. For some reason, I couldn't get back in. I'm like, what the hell? Obviously, it crashed while I was exiting to menu, and I didn't realize it. Because, I walked away from the game for an hour after I thought I was safely logged out. Okay, this is going to be a hostile bunker, right? Or is it? Am I at a cave? No, that's got to be a bunker, right? I see something. Yeah, okay. This is that bunker on the other side of the hill. This is one of the few that are actually kind of fun to go to because there's no problem hiding your ship and not being 10 million freaking kilometers away from the mission site. Planet Express. He has named his 600i Planet Express. Is that a I can't tell at a glance. I'd have to like actually pay attention and scan and shit. I think it's a regular Pisces. Tell you what, this thing's fucking gigantic compared to the Pisces.
Engines off.
I don't know why I didn't get out from the front, but whatever. You like the murdered out in Med Pisces? I like the medical Pisces. It's such a good ship. That's not the button I wanted to push. Can I please push the button I'm looking at, CIG? Can your interaction system stop being absolute trash, please? Oh no, it is the medical. Which skin is that? Is that the, that's the medical with the BIS skin on it, isn't it? That's pretty cool. I like it. Nice. No, it's not the BIS. Which skin is that? Plain paint? Well, it looks good. I do like it. All right, we're gonna use the frickin' sniper rifle just to see if it breaks the mission. There aren't any alleys in this one, so it shouldn't matter. Night break, right? Okay, I forgot about that one. More skins like that, please. Oh my god, with the frickin' desyncy teleport walks. Oh, good grief, CIG. It's so bad. What am I hitting? And that one's not hitting him at all. I love it. It's so good. Oh, that's not going to help me. Nope, nope. Stop it. Bruh. I can't fire my weapon. You lose. Son of a bitch, man. Come on. Alright. I was beginning to wonder if he was unkillable. Please fix, CIG. Please fix. I mean, you know. I guess that's okay. Because it is at least sticking out of the ground. But this, not okay. This, not okay. This, not okay. Oh, come on. Wow. The kick on this is actually pretty terrible. It's got a lot side recoil. A lot of lateral recoil. I know there was another one back there. Where'd he go? Don't know why those shots didn't make any noise. Yeah, I don't care about you, brother. General principle. Not seeing much in the way of loot boxes, which is always disappointing. Where'd he go? I have concerns about the way that the AI behaves quite often. I think it's worse when they're not just trying to murder you. You know, they do really weird stuff. Some of that could just be server jank. Yeah, the security guards, particularly the Crusader ones, that's where I've gotten most of my Scorch stuff from. I need to spend more time in Pyro once the weapons are, once the missions are behaving better, because I want more of the tweaker stuff. I've got a couple of tweaker compensators, which let me tell you are absolutely the bomb on the P4. But I have so much trouble trying to do any content in Pyro that I've more or less given up right now. But yeah, loot boxes seem to be very hit and miss. Every once in a while I'll hit a bunker and there'll be several. But usually I get none like this one. Which kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, because you would think that a bunker like this, which is full of enemies, right, because this is a Ninetales bunker, would be more likely to have loot boxes than the ones where you go back up security. Because, I mean, half those guys are not hostile. So it's a little weird. But I don't think CIG has really figured out their approach on loot in general yet. They're getting there. They're starting to get there with the contested zones and whatnot in Pyro, but I love some of the bunker locations now, though. They've done a better job of creating interesting locations that some of the bunkers are in. Like, this is a really good one. You can creep up over the hill and get an overhead look, and and approach the bunker in such a way that makes sense, but looks cool. And some of the ones on Daymar that are in the valleys, those are actually really awesome. They belie the shallow content that's available, though, right? I would really like for there to be more of the struggle should be trying to outmaneuver the defenses around the bunker. I would love to see a ground vehicle or two. They could get to the point where the AI could use, the ⚹ᚚᚚᚗᚗ cyclones and stuff, and maybe dragonflies, so that they can drive around and have somebody on the back seat or in the back of the turret shooting at you. Would be pretty cool. I feel like Hurston has gone from being an absolute shithole, though, to it has some locations that are actually some of the prettiest locations in the burst now. I mean, this whole stretch of area right here is actually beautiful. It's a little too procedural, right? It looks a little bit too much like somebody used a Gaussian blur to create the noise, but it still looks really nice. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we should have some kind of an explosive that can take those turrets out. And we should also be able to go into the bunker and hack a terminal and turn off the point defenses on the top of the turret, on the top of the bunker, so that you could just fly in and land and loot or whatever. We'll get there eventually, right? We can hope. It's just, I mean, we've had bunkers since, 2016? Right? Didn't we get, when did we get Hurston? Wasn't it 2016? The ballistic turrets in Pyro definitely are, whoa, wait a minute, I don't want them shooting at me. When did we add it? Really, it was 2018? I thought it was earlier than that, but, even 2018, we got bunkers when we got Hurston added. That was 7 years ago now. And the interior of the bunkers have only been changed very slightly. We got some new terminals to go with the mission, the Xenothreat missions, the Safe Stand missions, or whatever they were called. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to hack them and because then right, you take over the bunker. Some of your guys have got a bounty on them. The bounty hunters come. They have to come on the ground because the turrets are going to blast them. I could see some really engaging intersection gameplay there, man. It would be Operation Overdrive. Thank you. That would be so cool. Especially if it's a bunker that maybe pops one of those missions where you, what's it called? Ghost Hollow, right? Something like that, where you can run the hack and steal money, and the longer you stay there, but you've managed to jack the defenses. I think you could get some really amazing gameplay, even without them doing significantly more to those locations. It would be very cool. Hopium is alive. I really, really, really want more reason to do stuff on the ground. I mean, imagine if there was a little, you know, even if they were not right next to each other, or if there were locations that were not more than 10 clicks out, there were other little outposts to do stuff in for whatever reason, right? CIG can come up with mission reasons. I want a reason to drive out to fly out to a location like this and land in my rover and drive around and do content, or my tumbrel, right? So the ground vehicles actually have a purpose. Because there's so little reason to use ground vehicles right now. Granted, ground vehicles are a mess. But, you know, I mean, by and large, we don't even do any of this, right? We fly in, we land, we do the content, we fly up, and we don't even enjoy the vast majority of the landscape. That would be cool too, right? You could at least have 1 or 2 terminals in there where they could hack them and take control of them as remote turrets. Absolutely. Yeah, and you can't navigate with ground vehicles, which ain't worth the shit. Don't even get me started. Good grief, that's so annoying. That's understandable. The problem that I have with the bikes is the biggest hazard of the bikes is loading them on a ship. Because if you clip the bike into the ship, you're toast. I'm not a fan of the bikes anyway. Yeah, right. Yes, totally agree with that. I've used my pulse several times in ships so that I can fly out to an RAB and fly around to the entrance. Yes, totally agree. Finally, there's a reason to use bikes that doesn't feel like you're asking to get dead. Yep, I agree there, because it's all the same reasons that you would use ground vehicles to avoid turrets and bunkers. You can use the bikes on the RABs. Yeah, no. Maybe a clever choice by CIG. I don't know. I just wish that the physics interactions with those things was not so hazardous. No, I can't do any of the civilians ones because you civilians ones don't work. All right. There's Elbridge again. Because, of course, we're going to send us back to the same location. Why not? All right, let's go to Rufus first. See if maybe we can get some more dead guard armor. Really? Guess we're slightly too far away from Hurston. I still want rocket boots and jetpacks. Rocket boots and jetpacks, please. Again! Come on, man. Oh, man. I swear, this game gets worse every year. I hate to say that, but it does. It gets better also, but as much as it gets better, it also gets worse. Are we in the planet? No, okay. I was like, what the hell am I looking at? The smog is real. I do miss the old boost that we used to have on EVA too. We used to be able to do at least a little bit of boosting to speed stuff up. To be honest, I would love to see EVA tweaked a little bit so that we could continue to accelerate to the point where we would injure ourselves if we slammed into something without slowing down. I think that should be a thing. I don't know if any of y'all remember that we used to be able to EVA at Port Alistar, and you could get trucking fast enough from one pad on Alistar to another, from one strat to another, where you could slam into the pad hard enough to kill yourself. Yeah, I agree with that too, Techhead, because I mean, you know, it's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a big project. They are shooting for the stars with this thing for sure, right? And there's still plenty of room for it to fall on its face. There is. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm a believer, but you do kind of have to be worried about that. Lose the quantum drive and have to go back and find them. Do this. Do you have another ship? If so, take the jump drive out of that ship and put it in the one you've got. You can buy the jump drives now, although shit, can you buy them in live now, or is that 401? But when you change quantum drives, you know, VMA, change quantum drive. What's shooting at me? Why is there a turret shooting at me? Is this not the mission I thought it was? Oh yeah, this is not the mission I thought it was. It reverted on me. I was going to the other mission. When you go to change the quantum drive, you'll pull out your quantum drive. It will have the jump drive with it. Put the new quantum drive in, save it. You'll have the propulsion again. Exit the Moby, go back into the Moby, and the jump drive will be there to add it back in the VMA. Save it again. Gateway stations. There you go. They should have just fixed that shit. They should have just fixed that shit. That actually has been a problem since the very first tech demo with Pyro. As soon as we were able to jump, the first tech demo with the wormhole, we were able to break the jump drives. That was over a year ago, and they never did fix it. And to be honest, they still haven't fixed it. All they've done is add more workarounds. Unequipped jump drive, save it, right. Yeah. Yeah. But you'll probably have to exit the Moby glass in between. Take out the old one, save it. You can put the new one in, the new jump drive in if you want, but you're going to have to save it, exit the Moby glass, and then enter the Moby glass again so that the jump module is available in inventory to add back to your ship. Because until you leave the Moby glass, it won't actually see that it's available to use, which is not the way that shit's supposed to work. But whatever. CAG has been very squirrely about the whole thing. All right, that's a click away. Can I get closer if I'm lower? Sorry, I know I made that all clear as mud with all my meandering. It's just really frustrating to me that CIG left that as a problem. Because it was a problem, it was documented for a year, and then they still didn't fix it. And part of the problem is that the jump modules are connected to the jump drive, right? Like a ship that's fully implemented, if you take the jump drive out with the tractor beam, not the jump drive, the quantum drive out with the tractor beam, you'll see that the jump module is attached to the quantum drive. So jump modules are going to be subcomponents of the quantum drives eventually, I believe. I've not seen confirmation on anything. I'm just talking about what I'm seeing, just to be clear. But I think that's why they didn't actually fix it, because they haven't added subcomponents to anything else yet. So we don't have that functionality the way that they intend for it to be accessed. At least they did add them back to the freaking stations so that you can buy them back, because what could happen before is you could wind up losing them because Star Citizen is Star Citizen. But I kind of feel like they should have just added them to every ship shop everywhere, because people aren't going to know until, oh, it's... Now, granted, you're most likely to be at a gateway station when you realize your jump drive is gone, but... Anyway, they did do something. More than nothing. But it should have been avoided and never should have gone to live/preview the way that it was. And see, this LOD thing is kind of bothering me. I wonder how they're going to handle this, because this clearly isn't going to work, right? The clutter's just disappearing at range. That's too close. That shouldn't be happening at this range. I mean, you know, imagine it was bushes that were a little bit heavier that could actually be hiding a player crawling around in there. Me, I just zoom out and I don't see him at all. I worry about that kind of stuff for the future of Star Citizen gameplay. Where are the other two guys? Oh. There they are. Between the jank and the mystery physics, it's definitely suboptimal. Bruh. Quit teleporting around, Mr. Chicken Dance. Where'd he go? It's pretty terrible. Awesome. Home location elevator doesn't work. Fantastic. Who needs to actually play the game anyway, right? The movement is just maddening. That's got to get better. I'm not sure how it's going to get better, but it needs to get better. The surgy desync. It's, you know, it's gotten to the point because we've had that kind of problem with ship combat for 50 forevers, but at least it was at larger distances and higher speeds. And this is smaller distances and smaller speeds now, right? So the scale of the problem has gotten smaller and smaller. So I believe they'll eventually get it resolved, but it's still so bad to see happen. Neutralize Hoshi smoke. This is like Felicity's cousin. Appreciate you running out like that, bro. I didn't really want to have to work for it. I really thought there was another one over here somewheres, but We'll be live. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How you doing? I hope you were having a good stream. Welcome, welcome. We've just been doing some rep grinding. I hope, you streaming Star Citizen, I assume? How you doing, Will? I hope that everything was treating you well today. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello, Mr. Civilian. Although strictly not civilian, since this is a criminal bunker. Checking for hostiles so I can check for loot boxes. Day 2 still trying to figure the game out? Well, I mean, I tell you what, it is definitely a jump in the deep end of the pool thing when it comes to Star Citizen. Welcome to it, though. Welcome to it. I love the game. I mean, you know, I can't have a single session without me grumbling about something that ticked me off, but the potential is so huge. I have had countless hours of fun in Star Citizen. There's nothing quite like it. That's for sure. All right. I don't think I saw any loot boxes in here, but we're going to make one quick look through before we head out. And, you know, with the 4.0 drop in Pyro as a second solar system, just more new content. 401 PTU's got some new missions in it as well, so it's more of a game than we've ever had before, for sure. I do hope that they can deliver on some of Chris Roberts' promises to make the game more stable this year, though, because there's definitely some stuff that needs attention. And it is beyond time for the backers who are playing a live service that may also be an alpha to see things improve. And I'm all for seeing... How about you actually repool like I asked you to? I'm all for them adding content and all of that, but we need to get some of this stuff that's been a problem for years resolved. My favorite thing to complain about is elevators that are misbehaving, not being able to spawn or store a ship, or spawning a ship and having it explode because it doesn't quite make it up on the elevator. That kind of stuff really needs to be fixed. It needs to be bulletproof. But we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, we should be clear. There could be one or two stragglers in the yard, but we'll head back over the hill and then go do the other bunker mission, which is the one that I was actually trying to go to when it decided to quantum jump through the planet. With this heavy armor, definitely is slow. When I'm doing just general content back and forth with the bunkers and all that, I usually do the medium for this reason. When you've got to move a couple of 100 meters at a time to avoid dealing with the turrets on these things, you definitely feel how much slower the heavy is over the medium, let alone the light. The poor Titan has definitely seen better days. probably could have crept under this hill here with them rocks on it. It can be so hard to tell. It definitely feels different as you approach the terrain from overhead versus once you're on the ground. Definitely time to hydrate. Hate that glitch with the share is unavailable. I don't have a mission open. Why are you showing me that? Nobody needs that shit stuck on their screen. Yeah, I might could have parked the ship there. Probably not, though, with that. Although we would have been behind, so it might have blocked the top turret. So maybe. Oh, come on. Inventory, please. I don't know how I managed to swap them goggles back. Good enough for now. It does. It actually does. You know, the funny thing is that when things are feeling more stable, is I usually use the 1 meal bars and the tea, because there's very minor buffs involved with that. But when I'm constantly just having to start over because my ship mystery disappeared and deleted, I get impatient with trying to do things the right way again, you know? Speaking of toilets, you know what? I'm going to buy a break real quick. Let me do this while I'm sitting here, and I will be right back, y'all. All right. Has returned. Let's see if we have another mission yet. Oh, God. I hate it when it does that. I really, really, really do. Hello? Whatever. Just do the thing. Nothing better than the Mobi-Glass deciding to be all askew, making it difficult for you to do the stuff you need to do in the Mobi-Glass. Is this another... Okay, so that one doesn't... Oh, you know what? We got another one already, don't we? I forgot that I have that defend site. Let's go do that one before they fire me for not showing up for work. I thought I was taken off undercover, and obviously I was not. Gotta pay more attention, old man. At least it's a ship that has a little shields. I'd have probably gotten cooked if that had been me in the Saber. Of course, I'd have been paying more attention too. It's an interesting ship. It's growing on me for general use for something like this, right? I could do the odd bounty. It's got interior space so I can carry a box for loot and stuff. It's not something I would use for dedicated ship combat, I don't think, but...
Quantum travel complete.
Not sure it's dark enough. Can't wait for the global illumination refactor, CIG. I do use reshade to tweak my colors, but I mean, you can see without reshade, this is the game. It's like fantastic. I can't see nothing. I shouldn't have dropped out of nav yet. I was stuck in the hostile bunker mentality where I needed to worry about approach. This is a Hurston bunker. I don't have to worry about that. You know, if the only thing that gets lit up is your parts of your ship lights are probably in the wrong place. That's really bad, CIG. That's just terrible. Yeah. Although I kind of feel like the lights should be someplace else. Like under the vulture arms pointed at the thing, but whatever, you know. I see 2 sets of executive armor to loot. The Cutlass has seen better days for sure. Oh God. Yeah, we thought we had a flat landing spot and clearly didn't.
Engines off.
Shit. I was doing so well tracking him, and what did I do? I managed to catch him when he was just going behind the ship shield. I feel like there's a delay in the game. I hit Alt 1 to repool, right? And I go to hit the Alt 1 and it just doesn't register the Alt, which is really, really kind of frustrating. Oh my goodness. The frame rate is gone. I'm sorry about the framiness. I have no idea what's happening right now. All I did was go to inventory. I can have some frames again, please, Star Citizen. It's pegged my GPU because I used the inventory. Come on. Hello? Nope, still choppy, choppy, choppy. Come on, you piece of crap. Are we better yet? We seem to have gotten better. That kind of stuff really, really, really annoys me. All right. We're going to be loot goblins before we go in the rest of the bunker. Where'd he go? I guess I should stop doing that. I'm gonna bounce the ship on my head and kill myself one of these times soon. I know it. Come on. This freaking tractor beam shit, man. All right. Oh, you know what? Constellation's got a hole blown through it. I don't see nearly as much of the Scorch stuff with the Hurston guards, which I find to be kind of interesting. Since Hurston is noted for their weapons manufacture. Not that the Scorch stuff would necessarily come from them, but you would kind of think maybe there would be more weapon stuff in general in the Hurston system than in Crusader. But I don't really understand why the Crusader guards are the ones that are carrying the scorched loot either, but... Oh, that's right. This is an aid bunker. I was looking for a target marker, and I'm like, wait a minute. Wrong mission. There goes the framiness again. Did that other guy die or did he run? All the rest of them are going back upstairs. That's really kind of strange. It's kind of too bad I couldn't stand on top of that. Surprise! Alright, I did see at least one loot box. more Hurston guards. The number of weapons that are just laying around on the ground, it's really interesting to me what doesn't get cleaned up. Because you figure, in general, if you see a weapon laying on the ground, it was being held by a guard. And if there's not a matching body somewheres, it had to have gotten cleaned up, right? I don't know if I can get that in a pack. Can I put my Demico in there? No. All right. Well, let's do it this way. I keep hoping they'll revert that change so that we can with an interest in there, so that we can actually pick up that third weapon and leave the other two on the backpack. It doesn't make sense that we have to Mickey Mouse around with it. You get even slower when you're carrying 3 weapons. By the way, as part of the deal here. See, I can't hardly sprint at all. You also get much slower if you're carrying a heavy weapon like a railgun or a rocket launcher. Quit bouncing shit around. All right. You know what? I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. Normally, I would like to just fly off someplace safe and then deal with these 2 corpses. But the other day, I did that, and they up and disappeared on me. So we will use our storage to stow the gear we're wearing. Now comes the part where I can't get the inventory to cooperate with me at all, right? It has not actually equipped this gear, otherwise I would have... Come on. Inventory continues to be such a struggle. Oh, dude. It's not gonna let me. It's not gonna let me do any of it. All right, well, I guess we're just gonna hope for the best. Can I? Well. No, you're not going to let me do any of that. For a second, I saw it, and then it went away. I was kind of hoping I could maybe drag the armor pieces off, but we don't have that separate option like we used to have. It's all part of the loot interface. All right, whatever. I'm gonna get outside the bunker area, and then we'll set down and check again. Really, you were able to drag armor pieces off? I haven't been able to get those kind of interactions in a while. Not without using the loot window. Yeah, I mean, the problem that I'm having right now is that my inventory is just not behaving. It was working and then it wasn't. So I'm, you know, once the inventory refreshes, I'll be able to drag them off without a problem through the inventory of the loot. But we used to actually at one point be able to, on the body, hover on a piece of gear and grab it. I mean, it wouldn't matter, except I'm hoping I've had the corpses disappear on me in the last week. And I'm kind of hoping to avoid that because I want to keep the loot that were on those ᚹᛖᚚᚗᚗ executive guards. I mean, you know, we're fighting a glitch, which is par for the course. I was half expecting to stand up and not even have any armor on. Okay. So is this my gear? Or what? I'm not at all sure what I'm looking at now. Yep. That's the rest of my gear. All right. Well, hopefully we'll be able to remedy all of this in just a second. Good old inventory being Star Citizen inventory being Star Citizen inventory. All right. Are y'all gonna let me, you know what, let's do this first. It's always a struggle. Always. All right, now if I... No. My fear is I'm not going to be able to interact with my stuff, but maybe once I... Oh, crap, because the tractor beam that I've been using is in the leg armor. Shit. It's not one thing, it's another, man. Do I have another one? I must have another one in here, right? Yeah. Let's see. No! No, don't crash! Fuck. Son of a bitch. Ah, Star Citizen! If we get logged back in and we're still in the ship, we're fine. If not, we're going to have lost 4 sets of the Hurston Executive Armor and all of my gear that's in that box and half the gear I was wearing. No, all of it, because my gear is all... Good grief. Hopefully we'll get logged back in. God. I'm expecting to get 60k 15 now. Or 60k 16, whichever it is. And to not be able to get logged back into my server. Which is Star Citizen. I mean, you know, it is what it is. That's a good sign. All right. With luck, we're okay. Oh, man. It's the nature of the beast, right? It's a development project. It still needs to behave better than it does. Because even though it's alpha, right, it's also a live service. And this is a preview, so I'm willing to let go of it a little bit, right? But it needs to behave better than this. All right. All right. There's the leg armor. No, come on, quit struggling. Let me do the thing. Just let me do the thing. Oh, you rat bastard. No! No! Seriously? Oh, you son of a bitch. Come on! Oh, good grief. Just do the thing, man. Okay, it's all back. It's all back. It reverted them into the inventory, which is where they were supposed to be. There's the backpack. There's all the weapons. All right, so it's all there. It figured out what it was trying to do before. Always good news when stuff behaves. After a fashion. All right. So that's our loot. Let's get our active gear back. my God, what is going on? It's because my head was against the bed, right? Proof that my head is harder than the ship's. Come on, tractor beam. Oh, good grief. Oh my God, I really am. I'm so over the tractor beams. They're so terrible. How something can both be the best thing that's ever been added to the game and the worst thing I've ever used is confusing to me. Come on. Oh, shit. I had pants. Where'd they go? Seriously? They were in the inventory. They were the first thing I put on. Oh, come on. I don't see any mystery items. But careful. You know what I know this I know what this is. This is the game being the game, right? Because the one thing that I managed to actually pick up and drag into the inventory was the pants. Right? And when I crashed out of the game and came back in, it looked like it was still in inventory and I decided to lose it. If I'm lucky, they'll come back at some point, but probably not. Which isn't a huge, giant deal. It's a game, right? But it does happen to be that it's a store-bought gear, right? Which is why we got extra. It's just so tiring to run into all the weird shit again and again and again. We'll go land the ship and store it and retrieve it and see if it appears. It could happen. I don't see any weird stray pieces, parts of gear lingering anywhere underneath. There it is. There it is. You see it on the ground? Now I'm afraid to move for it being blown away. Yep. There they are. What the? Come on, man. This damn game. Oh, my word. Everything is a challenge. All right. Okay. There's the stuff that I had in that pair of pants. Let's put that back in the inventory as spare. I feel like there were some med pens that should have been in there too. But maybe I didn't actually remember to stow them. All right. Okay, I feel like we've been pushing our luck on the loot luck, so let's head back to Everest and unload our loot so that we don't lose anything. Where's my, oh, there it is, right overhead. They really need to make these, these markers as part of your route need to be a different color. And to be honest, again, the local stuff needs to be differentiated as well. Like if I didn't have a route set, the OM markers, Everest, the comm arrays, this should all be a different color or have some kind of identifying mark on it. That CIG continues to be so resistant to make it easy to navigate stuff in this UE is truly a mystery to me. Somebody over there has to be going, we could make this so much easier if we just did blah, blah, blah. And somebody else is going, no, I like it the way it is, right? It has to be. And whoever it is that keeps saying, no, I like it the way it is, I want to nerf bat you, even if it's CR, because this is not good. Mystery navigation is bad. Make the UE intuitive, please. Color is your friend. Making us trying to guess what we're doing. Please. I'm begging. The hangar door was open. Now the hangar door is opening, and now the hangar door is open again. Who knows if it's really open? Looks like it must actually be open, so that's kind of nice. Touchdown. All right. No landing services for me, though. Come on, you can do it. All right. All right. I may wind up regretting it, but we're going to go ahead and try and take the box out. Easier said than done, of course. Because automatic doors, the only thing worse than automatic doors in Star Citizen is automatically climbing ladders. Nope, stop doing that. You're gonna wind up bouncing the ship on your head and getting killed. Of course, it just falls perfectly flat. Oh my God. Good grief, dude. Everything is a struggle. Bruh. We'll definitely just use a 1 SCU box from now on. This shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as it is, but it's terrible. Because we have no precision control over tractor beams at all. They're just terrible. Add in a little the odd mix of if you're not in the container you can't do stuff, and it just becomes the whole thing becomes a nightmare to try and actually manipulate. I'm half expecting it to bounce up like it did earlier. Get chomped by the hangar elevator door. You just saw that, right? It all went down, and then the hangar floor appeared and went down again. I half expected it to wind up stuck underneath the pad, but it actually stored. Praise Pico. All right, and there's our fat loots. All right, we're gonna leave everything in that box for now. We're gonna go to the cargo deck and buy a 1 SCU box, and we'll just do that from now on. It would be okay if I was not going to be moving in and out of the box. So, we'll see. It's just trying to get the one in and the two in and out is a giant pain in the ass. Part of the problem is you know, you're trying to line up the box almost perfectly to get it through the doorway, and then there's not a lot of room so that you can tilt it. And good luck on any kind of precision control with the tractor beams. I mean, regardless of what your DPI is on your mouse or whatever, it's just, we need to have the ability to, once I start rotating, like if I hold R and start rotating, I should be able to use maybe QWE or something to lock so that I'm only rotating on X or Y or Z, so that I can control that rotation a lot more without it just wanting to go everywhere.
Hey.
There was our little suffocation moment. You saw the little stutter step. I'm surprised I didn't take any damage. There might be boxes at a PB, although I'm not sure there is one in the Galleria here.
Hey.
Empty coffee cup again.
That's so. Everything good?
I could bring 2 ones in there. It might be easier without losing storage space. I could keep one for supplies and use the other one for the loot to go in and out. I wish I could trust the ship inventory more. It used to be that a ship with stuff in its inventory, when it got blown up, it would generate a box that would have at least some of that stuff in it. That's not the way any of that works anymore. So you can't use racks and all of that if you still want to be able to recover anything, just in case your ship gets blown up. Because placeholder systems, because stuff isn't finished. We're this close sometimes to really making it feel like the ships are persistent and stuff is actually in the verse. And then a bug comes along and slaps you and you realize, nope, it could all go away just like that.
What?
Which is too bad. Maybe we'll get there this year.
Welcome to the ASOP.
I just want to be able to, I want to be able to, at times, live in my ship, right? Just long term. Just keep stuff in the ship and know that the ship's going to be there unless, you know, it actually gets blown up for some reason. Whether that's because I got pirated or because I crashed into an asteroid is fine. I don't care, either or. I just don't want to have to claim my ship because random bugs decided to eat my ship tonight. So hopefully we'll get past that kind of stuff here at some point. All right. So supplies. All right, all the extra gear. You know what? We'll go ahead and put the clothing in there. It's kind of like having fake loot that matters, right? The rest of it, I'm going to put back into main inventory. Although, you know what? If we're just going to leave, maybe not. We'll leave that in there in case we decide to want to pack it up and take it someplace else. Because that's essentially all my loot gear that I might decide to haul up to Pyro. Okay, so we'll take the 2 1 ACU boxes. Load them in the ship. Yeah. The thing is that I understand wanting stuff to be physicalized. I do, but part of the problem is, right, is these hangars that aren't really ours, right? If I could go to this hangar and know that while I'm at Everest Harbor, I have this small hangar or this large hangar or whatever, and stuff's just going to stay there, then I wouldn't even bother with this, right? Unless I absolutely needed to. I would just stack the boxes up over here and go, okay, here's a set of gear that's ready to go. But the only place you can do that is at your primary residence. And I have zero interest in trying to function out of a primary city. Zero. It's too much extra overhead. It's too much time getting loaded into the game. It's too much time trying to go anywhere and do anything. So, I mean, if I could lease a hangar at Everest and know that my shit was going to be safe in that hangar, but that's not the way it works right now. Of course, I could set stuff all over this hangar, and as soon as I fly away, it's liable to be destroyed, and it will definitely be destroyed as soon as I log out. Well, they kind of are, in a way, with instanced hangars. It's just we don't have possession of, we don't really have possession of any hangar other than the one we're in right now in this moment and our primary residence. And the primary residence is the only one that's long term. And, you know, you could, I think, if you were in your own hangar, then maybe do decorator mode and pull stuff out of the ether, and it wouldn't matter a whole lot because it's, you know, it's your personal hangar. Who cares? Yeah, you can go get it out of the elevator or whatever. That's an extra step that's not really necessary. It's not like you're doing anything mission critical if you're hanging out in your hangar. Does it really matter if I want to pull a box of shit out of inventory like that versus using the elevator? If I'm trying to fly away and go do something, it kind of still doesn't matter. So I don't know. That said, the mentality has been they want everything physicalized in the long run, but we have all these half measures in between that make it kind of a pain in the ass to use. Just, it's almost worse that we have partial physicalization of inventory versus none. Because, I mean, when we had the hit I and open inventory and we could just do stuff, it was super convenient, right? And it was, in a way, it felt way more fun. This maybe feels more credible when it's behaving, but other times it feels worse. So I don't know. I kind of like the, you know, make it real thing, and I kind of don't. You know, it would be fine if it was fully implemented. With it being half-assed implemented, it's kind of a nightmare. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that when we get maglock functionality, other than the grid, right, that we'll be able to do stuff like, oh, good grief. You know, like I could maglock that box to the elevator and it would just stay. And I wouldn't get that, right? I don't want that. I want stuff to just behave. And I think someday we'll get, oh my God, someday we'll get it. But we don't have it right now, that's for sure. All right. Oh, come on. Oh, good grief, just cooperate. Come on, open door. Oh, man. I just want, you know, I want to be able to put boxes down and to have them stay put, you know, and instead we get all this weird physics stuff, and it wouldn't be such a big deal, except all it takes is for you to accidentally brush against some of the, even just big heavy stuff, like 8 SCU containers, which is bigger than this whole room, right? And the next thing you know, it's being bounced around. Because the game physics is totally half-baked. Nope, stop it. See, I'm a little bit worried that these are, yeah. From that, right? That's not what I want to see happen. It makes no sense. Oh, God. I'm fixing to die. I'm going to be killed by a box. Because the game can't figure out how to get me off the ground. That's an example of how bad it can be. And it's easy to get to that point. If we could actually maglock stuff, then it would just stay put. And it would at least be a way to work around some of the nonsense. Anyway, I just want to make sure I've got a box for loot, and a box for supplies. I still kind of feel like I had some med pens go missing. Oh, that's where I usually do that. Oh, I meant to take that stuff out. Arg. Why did you do that? All right. And the camera thing, using your actual character as the inventory model, I think might be the worst decision CIG's ever made. I'm sure they would argue with me about that. Absolutely a terrible idea. It just is. Right? We should have these things. No, over there. The ammo things, they should be up all the time when we're in inventory. Right? Same thing with the grenade things. Same thing with the weapons markers. There should be primary and secondary weapons things up here so I can grab them from there or modify them from there as needed when it comes to the inventory. Oh my goodness. All right. The whole thing with doing it on the character hit the cog. Well, it's all nonsense. You know what? I didn't know that was there. Is that sticky? No. See, I want that there all the time. I don't want to have to do extra bullshit. I definitely don't want to have to do all the extra. And the other thing is that I really need to be able to interact with the weapons. Because, I mean, I can do it this way, right? I can pull mods off and add mods back on this way. But trying to do it while I'm trying to fight with the camera is just not good. But thank you, because I didn't know that was the thing, Firewolf. I really didn't. But it should be a sticky option. Of course, it's not actually showing the checkbox, but the checkboxes have been broken since 322 or something. I just want this to be something that's on all the time. When I hit inventory, I want that available. Just, they're trying too hard to reinvent the wheel. Let's make it work. You know, without a struggle, please. I mean, you think about most games, it's just, there's your character and it's represented, and sometimes it'll rotate around so you can see it, but you interact with the slots next to the paper doll. And that works way better than trying to interface with it all. Especially since you never know whether you're going to be standing, whether you're going to be sitting, whether there's something right behind you or right in front of you and right next to you, and none of that should matter. If I can move around, I should be able to interact with my inventory without having to battle the camera and the overlapping 3D model shit. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to put a mod on my sidearm, and instead I wind up with it in my hand. Because those two ports are right there. Just stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Where is my person rep? All right, so we still got to get to Junior. This is going to be one where I got to avoid killing. Civilians, yeah. No, those missions just all fail. I can't do that. All right, so we just got the one for now. Yes, by all means, please leave my route set to Everest Harbor, even though I'm already at Everest Harbor. Navigation system is so bad. Again, third time today. You know what's extra frustrating about this is we didn't used to have to warp to the planet to do the spline jumps. It used to be we'd just be close enough and we could just do the spline jump. Now they're making me jump to the planet first, which started with Crusader and Seraphim Station, by the way. And now, for whatever reason, today, we're warping clean through the freaking planet repeatedly. The navigation system continues to be public enemy number one. Steaming pile of canine feces. Star map's better than it's ever been, right? But the navigation system is the same garbage we have been fighting for 10 years. See? We all knew it wasn't actually going to let me jump because we already made one successful jump. I don't know why it tells me the lie that, oh, you're spooled and calibrated, you're ready to go. It's all good, bro. Not. Whoever's baby the navigation system is, throw it in the trash and start over. At the very least, scrape it all the way back to bare minimum. Start over. Because whatever's been piled up on top of what's been piled up on top of what's been piled up on is garbage. It is beyond bad.
Quantum travel complete.
Great view for coming down to the planet. It's really a shame that the upper view for, ship-to-ship combat is so bad. Oh, hello. I thought we had a, backup, a bunker backup. Clearly not. Yeah. I should have had more shields, except of course it reset my frickin' power settings again. Hello, Pisces Medical. Yeah, I could have sworn that I picked up another bunker backup. Is that not what I picked up? Clearly not. Oh, wait a minute. I had already... I guess I forgot. I picked up another bunker. No, it didn't. Did it not count? We did that earlier. This is where we were earlier, and I guess it didn't finish the mission? We got a marker for him. I'm very confused. I must have taken it before I took off to go do the bunker backup and just forgot that I already had another one. Because, you know, I'm an old man. All good. Let's do the thing. My poor ship definitely been punched in the nose. He's gonna stop and check out dude's corpse. No, he must have some idea where I am. Maybe he was gonna go and check that corpse instead. I find the behavior of the NPCs wanting to check the falling guys, whether you want to see that as them trying to loot them or trying to see if they can help them, to be entertaining, but it's a little overdone. They're a little too fixated on the corpses. The purple post-it notes catch it, you know, out of the corner of my eye, and it's like, Ninetales. Ninetales. Appreciate the way you guys are just lining up. Oh, shit. I gotta stop doing that. Interesting. I feel like suddenly the NPCs are much more on point. Makes me wonder, did a bunch of people leave the server? Did they restart a DGS someplace that was causing the game to cheese out really hard? Alright, I don't actually expect to see much in the way of loot here since we looted this bunker a little while ago. But I suppose they could have been refreshed by now. Where did that fire come from? Down below? And that was an FS9. You know, I'd probably get more rep if I just do the mission. Get in and get out. Instead of feeling like I absolutely needed to clear the bunker and loot. How did he not die? What in the... Oh my God. Hello. Oh my goodness. Really? What is going on? Dude. Oh my goodness. shit's definitely gone to pot. I was just saying how things were behaving really well, and clearly not. I can't. There we go. I couldn't fire my weapon. Yeah, whatever, dude. Decon pens, yes, of course. No. I mean, it's a drug lab, right? So maybe decon pens are appropriate. I just feel like that's a mistake. Of course, the decon pens shouldn't look exactly like the med pens either. I don't know why that's a thing. Tape Foods. Call out their lack of server restarts, blaming them for issues. Sent heavily trimmed down when started with. Shield Maiden's pinging me. Let me get out of the bunker here, and I gotta go answer her. Speaking of food, gonna need to do something about that here soon too. Yeah, and even if you do manage to dial back the language, and although let me tell you, there are definitely people on Spectrum that will use the language, you get white knighted. I mean, no matter how valid your point is, somebody will stand up and say, well, you should stop playing Star Citizen. You don't understand. You should shut up. You should delete your account. You know what I mean? It's just... there's always somebody. Yeah. I mean, you know, and I love SIG. I love the project. What they've created so far is amazing. But that in no way means there's no criticism to be had. It's an alpha. You obviously don't understand what an alpha is. You should just uninstall it and go play Starfield. I mean, forget about the fact that CIG has been telling us for years now that it's a live service as well. It's an alpha. You clearly don't understand what that means. It's like, brah, come on. As soon as you started telling us it was a live service, CIG, expectations changed. Your responsibility changed. Period. As for the losers that want to white knight it, I don't really care. Yes, and the servers, yeah, the feedback is absolutely valid. They are degrading. I mean, when we first got 4.0 preview, right? there was some rough stuff. And despite the fact that they were on holidays, they still had some people that were working on making some of that better. So it's not like it's all been bad. As a matter of fact, performance got much better up to about 10 days ago to maybe a week ago. Everything was behaving really well. It was like, wow, this is feeling really good. But over the last 5 to 7 days, it started to slip again. And in the last 2 days, some stuff's been really bad. And I mean, you know, they deserve to be called out for that. Right. Yeah. There have been some hot fixes in place. The stuff did get better, but then it got worse again. And I mean, you know, that's a sign something's happening. Garbage collect, exactly. Right? It's just like every once in a while I got to restart Windows no matter what, because, you know, after a week of not rebooting, because I'll admit I'm one of these guys that sometimes runs 24/7. Right? And there were legitimate reasons for me to do that at one point, less so now. It's kind of a bad habit. Sometimes you just got to restart and clean stuff up. Expat, happy birthday again to you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. 07s, I hope that the verse was treating you well today. It's been pretty good for me overall today. I mean, we've just been poking at reputation, mostly bunker missions, because, I mean, you know, my day started out a lot like yours did yesterday, except abbreviated, you know. Logged in with 30K, well, not 30K, server error, eventually managed to quit out of the game, logged back in, 60K'd, can't get logged in, 20 minutes later, repaired the account, finally got logged back in, and all of that was before I even started streaming. 60K in the end, but had some good loot today. Good deal. Yeah, I've just been poking at bunkers on Hurston, and I did loot 4 Hurston Executive Security Guard sets of armor, and actually managed to get it home despite the fact that the game tried to crash the desktop on me, and then it tried to steal some of my Red Alert armor that I've been wearing today. We managed to persevere and get through it all. I did have to repair again in the middle of the stream, but I look forward to things getting better hopefully this week, right? 401, although mixed reviews. Exactly, right? Yeah, I mean, it was at least an hour delayed for me today because it was just, no, the game's not cooperating. It's like, I'm not going to stream this, so we're just not going to start yet. Yeah, got some loot, got a little bit of rep. We're getting there. I'm just trying to get to the junior rep for Hurston Security again because I want to be able to do the distribution centers again. Of course, I would be spending a lot more time in Pyro, but like nothing is working for me in Pyro. You know, missions don't pop, or when they do, they don't complete, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. I am accomplishment driven in a lot of ways. I love the exploration. I'll spend hours flying around in Pyro looking at stuff and taking screenshots and all that. But, you know, if I'm going to play the game to stream it, usually I'm trying to actually accomplish stuff. Although there's a lot to be said for the way you do things. I don't have your cinematic knack, though. Yeah, you got to get to junior rep. So it's, of course, if I'm in the right window, I might actually get my Mobi-Glass to come up. So it's a couple of tiers in. Yeah, you got to be a junior security contractor to get the distribution centers, which I guess is actually, no, okay, it's not top tier, but it is halfway in. It's tier 4, or tier 3 rather, since this is not eligible. I nudged it up when I went AFK last time and forgot to nudge it back down. Noob streamer. Yeah, so it's, tier 3. Junior security contractors, which you got to have for the distribution centers. I prefer to do the ground stuff with the disc centers because they're so much cooler. Although I am hoping that at some point here, it spreads the content out, because on Hurston, you always wind up doing the legal distribution stuff either at Farnsway or Cassillo every single time. And it's always either one of 2 rooms in the interior on the ground level, or either the left side or the right side where the towers are. And it's like, come on, the distribution centers are pretty big. There's lots of rooms here. Why are the missions all in exactly the same place? And there's at least 4 or 5, maybe even 6 distribution centers on Hurston. And I know that 2 of them are run by criminals, or seem to be run by criminals. But there's at least 4 that aren't. So, no, I say there's 4. There's definitely 3. I think there's 4, though. So I don't know why we don't get more variety of mission location, even when the distribution centers are all clones. Right? It's just, I want to at least go to a different part of the planet. It's the same thing with these bunkers. I've been at this bunker 3 times today. This specific bunker. It's like, why is that a thing? How many bunkers are there on the planet? At least half of them have to be run by Ninetales versus security. I don't get it. Yeah. Well, they are. I mean, the models are exactly the same. It's not even like the bunkers where we've got like 3 floor plans that are slightly different. Of course, what is nice about the bunkers now is at least the environments are different, right? This one's got the hill and it's right over the way. And then you got the ones on Daymar that are in the canyons, the rocky canyons. That stuff looks cool. It is. It's still there. I mean, it was handy. Of course, I didn't get any injuries this time, but it would have been nice since it's still there. But all right, let's get out of here. I need to try not to get blasted by the turrets this time while I'm leaving. But, I'm enjoying 4.0 overall. The main thing that I'm tweaked off about is I know people that aren't able to get logged in when you get 60K/shard locked. That's really tiring. So I'm hoping the 401's going to make some headway on that. I would much rather, it would be kind of cool because we're only on level 1, right? I want to go to sub-level 2, sub-level 3, sub-level 4. I want to see the rest. You could definitely expand on them. I don't think they should delete them either, even if they feel like they need to rebuild them. I would love to see them. Like sub-level, one of the levels down there, we should be able to hack the defenses and turn off the turrets, right? Although I still think that we need some kind of explosives that we can use to kill those turrets once we're on the ground, other than just using the railgun. But yeah, I would love to see, because there's got to be reasons these bunkers are here, right? They've got to be connected to some kind of resource that they're gathering and piping to a distribution center, maybe? I don't know. I would love to see more. And given the nature of the bunkers, they kind of seem like there might be satellite facilities, even if they're mostly residential or business, so that the people that work in the bunkers live over here or eat lunch over there. There's all kinds of stuff that they could add to that stuff that would add more interest. And I still want to be able to fly a ship down there and go to a bunker and drop a ground vehicle off and drive around in that immediate area and do stuff. I want more stuff to do once we get down to the planet. Me too. I'm really disappointed that SPK is the only place to do it. I think SPK should probably be the fastest way to do it with the most risk, right? But I think that there are a couple of bunkers that we should be able to do it with as well, and they should just take longer, right? You go to a bunker, it just takes longer to do the hack, so that, you know, it's a whole thing to go do it that way. And while you're in a bunker doing that kind of stuff, bounty hunters can still be hunting you. It's just that you want to do it the quick way. You go to SPK and directly interface with the network or whatever. You know, the bunkers were fun. It was definitely fun. I definitely feel like we should have more ways to do that stuff. Because, I mean, to be honest, SPK is the very epitome of, if you're going to go clear your crime stat at SPK, you're going to add to that crime stat significantly before you manage to clear it. You may as well just go to prison. And if not escape, you know, you just go down to Depth 9 or lower and just mug miners and turn their stuff in. Yeah. Also true. I liked the way that it was for a while, right? We had Security Depot Hurston, Security Depot Lyria, one of the data centers on Microtech, and then SPK was a great way to do it. And I mean, like I said, if you really want to encourage people to have the PvP engagement at SPK, you know, do whatever you're going to do with the magic loot box vending machine and make it just quicker. You know, I still think that what you should do is you go in there, you do SPK, eventually the boss pops, you kill him, he gives you a code, and you punch the code in, and you can clear your whole crime stat right away, right? You do that, and it's one progress bar or whatever, and then boom, it's all done. And then people can go and do the hotspot and get their crime stat cleared quickly if that's what they want to do. And if people want to go and do it the slow way in the bunkers, then they can do it that way. So, I don't know. Because, I mean, you know, I'm not really keen to go try and do it SPK because a lot of times I'm by myself. Yeah, you can't. You can't really park. I mean, you know, if you're lucky, you can get tucked under a platform and not get blown up. A lot of times NPCs pop and then they fly over there and they start shooting stuff, or somebody takes the mission and they pop your ship and then they can't be bothered to go in and hunt you. They're just going to pop your ship. Yeah, it is. It is a pain in the ass. And it would be a little bit different if you could hack the comm array and then just land at SPK because they're blinded, but that doesn't work that way either. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you know, it all is what it is. Sorry, I got to answer my wife's message here real quick. My wife's a disabled veteran, and she's asking me a question. She's got a VA telephone call appointment tomorrow. I agree with that too. It should be more of a... I think there's a lot of ways that they could make it all better. What is... It's kind of weird. I swear it felt like for a minute like I was being pulled down to the planet. Where do we go now for the crime stat that we're talking about? No, not that. Hello, go to the game. Thank you for the follow, Commander Pressy. I appreciate it. Contracts. That's the one we already did, dude. There we go. All right, do we have a marker? We do. The wife is, she's breaking my poor brain. Are you gonna actually give me, because obviously, crap, we gotta fly down, because if we try and jump to Hurston, we're gonna jump through Hurston again. Oh, come sail away, yeah. Mm-hmm. Where do we go now? Oh, man. Sorry, I'm slow in the uptake today. I hear it in the back of my head, though, the Guns N' Roses. And I heard it on some level when you said it, and it just didn't stick. Since the stroke 2 years ago, I just don't. I'm much slower on the uptake than I used to be. And I was never especially sharp. All right. But part of my problem is that my coffee cup is empty too. We ran out of caffeine fuel. I will say that I was not especially interested in The Guardian, but I've been enjoying it today, even though I absolutely hate this giant MFT wrecking the screen. It's grown on me a little bit, but I really do wish they had done the Zeus style MFTs down on the bottom right. Griffin. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right, this is defend site, so that this time we don't have to worry. There's a reason that the nose of my poor ship is red, because this is the mission I thought I was approaching a minute ago. Zeus is laid out nice. I love the extra exit point with the ladder and the EVA port as well. I want to see more of that. I would love to see something like that get added to the MSR as an example somehow. Even though I still think that the elevator in the cargo area on the MSR should just be an exit also. It should just go all the way down to the ground. Alternate exits and entrances are a good thing, though. And they did a nice job with that with the Zeus. Absolutely, for sure. I'm waiting on the firefight, but maybe Hurston Security's already all been murdered. Yeah, I don't see any security guys. Ninetales already won the fight. Whoa, hello. Good grief. I've spent way too much time in the last couple of days flying a cargo ship, which definitely did not fly as nimbly as this thing. Could probably do with a little bit less slamming it into the ground, though. Yeah. Well, I still think, because the view down below is great for landing and all of that. I'm still annoyed about the pillar that holds the seat down. But if they split it, it could maintain that vertical slice. That view would be great for combat in general. I do, but since I was spacing the firefight, I didn't want to get out the front of the ship this time. Where'd y'all go? Holy crap. Are you kidding me with the bullshit freaking physics? Oh my god! You know, I feel like we used to have a better situation with physics for the most part, and I think it's gotten worse and worse and worse over time, and I don't really understand why. Why there was all of that invisible crap next to that turret is a question I cannot answer, but it's just awful. Is there a Hurston security guy here somewheres? Or were they trying to shoot me? They could have been shooting a ship, I guess. All right, I guess we better be aware. Reducing paces, yeah, but on the physics models, it's like, look, I get it, right? You want to conserve cost of geometry, but you can't do that at the risk of making the shape of the model irrelevant when it comes to the physics. It kills me. I mean, in a game like this, it matters whether we can shoot between the rails or not, you know? Makes me sad. Yeah. Oh, that's right. This is an assist. I was looking for a target marker again. Why are we silent? I don't know why all of a sudden we're dead silent. I don't like it. I need the audio feedback. No? Oh, I see what you're saying. I need to be careful. At least I have markers for him. This guy's just taking a nap. I wasn't sure whether I put it back on or not. No, that didn't solve it. We got one left somewhere. Is one of these guys not actually dead? I don't see a marker no more. I'm confused. This is security. Yeah, that's Hurston security. It may complete on its own, but we've clearly got one guy worth of objective left here. Oh, wait, there he is. Is he in the ground? No. Not sure how we didn't see that guy before. I could be blind. I wouldn't be surprised, but I sure did look for him. Stop that. Alt 1 is repool. Outside escaping, that would actually be really cool to see. I like the way the NPCs will gather up around ships that are abandoned at facilities now. I keep waiting to come back to my ship at some point and go to the ramp that I've left open because I'm an idiot, and for there to be a bad guy inside. That would actually be priceless. Come around the corner and some dude with a shotgun just do me in because I didn't sweep and clear properly at the end of the mission. They need to spawn missions, salvage missions, for ships that are abandoned at the bunkers and stuff. I don't know what happened with the now the audio's back. It was behaving like it was a vacuum in the bunker. I don't know. Very strange. Yeah. All right, let's see. I haven't shot any spaceships in a little while. Let's see if we can get us a HRT contract. Because those are all clear. No. Yes, there we go. Oh, I accidentally clicked hauling. Thanks, CIG. I appreciate the overlap on the missions there. Ah, crap. Where'd it go? There it is. Boeing Sky Pilot, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. I do need a hospital visit at some point to clear the tier 3, but it's not going to matter in the ship fight right now, so we're just going to let that go. We're getting late anyway here. At some point, the wife is going to be telling me she needs to eat. Like it's still here on Hurston. Rico's remains. Doesn't sound super familiar to me. Is that a recent? It's got to be one of those derelict outpost style things, right? Rico's remains.
Quantum travel complete.
And turrets. Where are you at, Heron Swift? I am scanning for the target. Where's the other one? There's usually an outliner that's the actual target. Ah, shit. Oh, my goodness. We're definitely getting missiled. There's our guy. God, we definitely got slammed by the missiles there from the Gladiator, probably. Shit, we're gonna die. Oh my God. Yeah, we're screwed. Good God. And of course we've lost stuff that lets us be stable, like at all. I can't fly in a straight line. Oh no, I think we're too high. I don't think we're gonna live. RIP. Oh shit, we survived? You kidding? We actually survived. Come on. Oh, you freaking game, man. steaming pile of dog crap. The interaction system is just beyond trash. It really is. We managed to survive. God, there's so much kick. The new MFDs are a mixed bag for sure. We were actually getting hits before, and now we're not. Must be just outside of range. You know, you can actually hold your breath in FPS if you shift, but I don't know whether that helps in any way for anything other than just trying to aim. If he was a little bit closer, I could actually kill the target with 2,000 rounds off the. But I feel like we're getting jack for hit reg because we're just outside effective range. It is absorbed by shields, but I'm not even getting any significant hit reg, though, is the thing, right? Unless they've changed that. I do see the shield effects. It could be. I mean, it's equally dumb that he's just going to sit there and let me shoot at him too, right? Come on, actually reload, please. CIG. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. I'm near Rico's remains, but I don't know exactly where that is, and I honestly don't know how far away I was either. Once I lost the engine and started tumbling, I could be 5 clicks out, I could be 50 clicks out. Oh well. I'm surprised that I lived, truth be told. That was quite a fall. I fully expected to just explode on impact. The truth is, I didn't lose that much. I mean, there's some clothes in the box that are mostly from Pyro. And some goggles, you know. I got some goggles in that box. The other box is empty because I hadn't even gotten around to looting anything good again. So as long as it actually recovers and I can stow my weapon here, when our relogging will be fine. This is... I don't even know how many server errors. 3 that matter. There was a bunch at the beginning, but... I should be able to get them, well, yeah, I should be able to get them off the ship, I think. And, you know, for that matter, the backpack's big enough I can rescue the clothes. I'm not worried about the 1 SCU containers. Because for a change, I'm wearing heavy armor. A lot of times I'm wearing medium, and half the time I'm wearing one of them little bitty light backpacks. I'm actually surprised, although he probably isn't. There probably isn't somebody in that anymore. Because that's been totally breaking missions. All right, let's see. Oh my goodness. All it took was one good gust of wind. I need the game to wake up and recognize that there's a tractor beam there, though. Hello? Uh-oh. There we go. Of course, we're totally facing the wrong way. Maybe if I can get back in the ship. Since it's upside down, I don't know. Of course, I can probably blow the ship up. And the boxes should fall out then, right? If I push the right buttons, we'd be doing okay. Galathir. No, that's one of my alts. Just Galathir. Galathir. I'm not really losing anything significant. Nothing that's not replaceable. It's upside down. I don't think I can reach the button. No, it's not upside down? All right, my bad. Wait a minute. I thought it was upside down. Why did I think it was upside down? Never mind. Old man is old man. You're not gonna let me hit that button, are you? You rat bastard. Bruh. Hello. 5. Yep. I thought it was upside down. I was sure it was upside down. I can probably rescue all the ammunition. The only thing I won't be able to rescue... Oh, I can't quite get all the ammunition. If I dump ammo, I wonder if I can get... No, how about those? You're just not going to let me do it, are you? No, still too much. I could ditch some of that stuff and save the tractor beam, the max lift. Oh. No, I don't see it. Pending. No. No, I don't see it, unfortunately. Freaking game. Yeah, it's 19K. Let's see. Can I get any of that in there? It doesn't really matter. Really? What is taking up so much room? All the med pens, maybe? Okay, I'm actually a little bit confused now. We have lots of room. Huh. I was sure that I had been able to put the Demico in this backpack, even though it doesn't fit. But it's definitely not going to let me. Sniper rifles tend to be too long, so... I'm not surprised that doesn't want to let me do it. What about the tractor beam? There we go. Oh, hell, we can take both of them. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Yeah, but I've been able to put the Demico and the FS, but it was probably in the Morozov backpack that I'm thinking of. It's not a big deal. Well, the truth of the matter is I'm throwing away probably more. Really? That'll fit? Oh, never mind. I'm not throwing it away then. What about the, how much room do I need to be able to grab the... No. Yeah, whatever. The struggle is real. There we go. All right. Whatever. Good enough. Oh, you know, I didn't even think about Spectrum. I forgot that was a thing now. Except... All right. Well, you know, we did manage to recover the important stuff. And, you know, this should be the location at this marker. This should be Rico's remains. So we're going to take the walk. I don't know what it is. I saw there were turrets. But if this is one of those little derelict outposts, can we spawn the small ships on those on the pads? Probably not, huh? Yeah, it's only 10 clicks. Wait a minute, we're close enough that the marker went away. Yeah, I don't know that one by name, so. Oreo head. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out what that was. My eyes are not as good as they used to be. The worst part about this trip is the fact that I'm doing it in heavy armor and it's going to be slow. BTU patch? Sweet. The quicker they patch this up, the quicker they get PTU patched up and fixed, the quicker they can improve our 4.0 state. Yeah, 150 roughly. Yeah, I don't even want to see any of the phase 2 stuff until it's live. I don't want it to be spoiled. Oh, that's the wrong weapon. Said I did see a that would also be excellent, assuming it's not a single seater. I'm still crushed by the fact that we can't break into canopies yet. I found an F7A Mark II executive from the hangar. And of course, it doesn't have real components because it's nowhere near gold standard, so I couldn't strip the components off of it. And you can't break into the canopies like you can any ship with a door. So I was a little bummed. I thought that was some kind of a tarp, but it's just desert. Probably. In fairness, I'm glad that they're doing something, anything, right? I like the notion of being able to earn stuff in game, and now we have the Ardors from Safe Stanton and the contested zone stuff. That's good stuff. I don't know. I don't actually know. I just want us to be able to use a cutting torch to break into ships, right? We have a tool to do that very thing in the game already, and nobody carries them because the only thing that they're good for is those little square doors for the ventilation ducts in the distribution centers, and maybe the odd pyro settlement now, and that's it. That's all they're good for. we should be able to use the cutting torch to break into ships. There's no range on this. That makes me crazy. Right. Yeah. I don't know. We'll get there eventually, right? Right? Anakin Padme meme. I don't see anything. I keep waiting, but the ground's too flat. I need a hill. I'm worried it's way over there somewheres, but I saw a turret. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll get there eventually. It just feels like some of the stuff has been frustratingly overlooked year after year after year after year, even while they're telling us things that are kind of contrary to that, right? Like we got cargo decks a year, 2 years before we finally got cargo hauling missions. They've been telling us piracy is legitimate gameplay for years, yet we still don't actually have any mechanics that support piracy. There are mechanics that enable piracy, but there are no mechanics to support piracy, right? As a matter of fact, if you go and you hop into go to somebody's ship and blow it up and rip the components and stuff off from it, you don't get to keep them. When they claim them, if they're still on the server, they're going to go away. You can't sell that stuff because it's still flagged as belonging to some other player. You can't break into single seater ships. It's just like there's all of this stuff that I'm just... What is going on? Why are we still waiting? Are we there yet? I don't know how far we've gone. Since there's no freaking marker, that doesn't look like it's anywhere near 10K yet, though. We'd have probably been halfway there if we were in medium armor, but we're not. We're in the slow armor. And of course, it'll be nightfall here soon, and then I won't be able to see anything anyway. FPS pings when? I'll be the first to admit that I think Star Citizen is a marvelous achievement so far. And what they want to do with the Star Engine is all the yes please, right? I would love to see them at some point get the engine far enough along that some other studio, not CIG, some other studio come along and make a Mech Warrior game with Star Engine, right? With the mechs and the dropships and everything else. Somebody else can make a Star Wars game with Star Engine. I know there's people that are going, no, just use Unreal Engine 5, but setting that aside, right? I mean, the potential is huge for all kinds of very cool projects. Star Citizen among them. But, oh yeah, 2026, it's coming, right? I'm really looking forward to playing Squadron 42. It's not why I backed the project, right? I backed the project for the Persistent Universe, but I am looking forward to playing it. I think it'll be a fun game. I think it'll have great story. I do wonder when we're going to get Chapter 2, because 2026 is just Chapter 1, and how many chapters are we going to get? Isn't it supposed to be like 3 or 4? And if we get Chapter 1 in 2026, when do we get 2? 2032? A GTA game where the entire planet is your oyster. Could be great. I mean, you know, I want to see where things are going to go with Star Citizen and new Star System. I'm looking forward to Nyx and Terra and Magnus and all the rest of them. You don't believe we'll get more than one chapter? Well, I don't blame you for that opinion. I don't at all. I mean, unless it's all mostly written and recorded, there's no way we're getting another one. I think it will, though. I think it will really hit partially because of the cast. I think as long as it's a really good game, the story is going to carry it a long way, I think, because that kind of entertainment is definitely in fashion now. Interactive movies, that's essentially what we're talking about here, right? I think it could be really successful. I hope it will be. If it's really awful, rip the persistent universe, because I don't think there's any way that CIG can recover if the game is really bad. But the flip side of that is that I kind of feel like it's really important that the persistent universe is much closer to a 1.0 release feel. It doesn't have to be everything, right? But the foundation has to be here when Squadron 42 goes live, because people are going to come out of Squadron 42 and go, wait, there's a persistent universe of this game? If it's good, they're going to be like, yes, I want to try this. And if this is what they wind up trying, they're not going to be interested. Most average gamers are not going to tolerate the level of crap that we as Star Citizen backers tolerate. Yeah, and I mean, it looked good enough to me that I want to play it. It's not the kind of game I would normally go buy to play. But as an interactive movie, I'm game. You know, eventually I'll have to give it a try. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm afraid of, because I don't want it to be a situation where they just wind up extremely disappointed. I don't see anything anywhere Wait a minute. What's this? What is this? Is that it? That's got to be it, right? $150 was pretty straight. Let's go this way a little bit. Is that a satellite thing? I wish that the freaking map would just cooperate, right? Because, I mean, we should be able to set a route to this, except that we don't actually have the map of the space between us and it. I wish I could at least tell how far away that is. Wait a minute, does that have a... Am I missing the obvious here? What is this? This is definitely not the direction that I was heading. Right, I wasn't headed this way. So what is this compass heading? Because that's a lie. What is this freaking compass heading? The compass is nothing. It's just total bullshit. Drives you nuts. Oh, no. That's terrible. Okay, well, that is Rico's remains. Although, compared to how far away I am to the ship that I'm supposed to kill, we're still a ways off. All right, we were marching at 150. So it should be up here by the hills or something somewheres, right? Let's see how much patience we have. I want to navigate already as well. Yeah. Yes, I totally agree, Camille. Star Citizen will get torn apart by the general gaming community if it isn't way better. I mean, it is better now than it used to be. Right? It's like I was talking about earlier. We used to get the whole swoosh, desync tides with ship combat. Right? We see that on the FPS combat on the ground now, but it's smaller than what we saw when it was way higher speed with much larger distances. So it's better overall, but it's still got to be a lot better. If I can at sniper scope range see NPCs doing this, it is not good enough. It just isn't. The compass knows where you are because the compass knows where you are not. It makes sense for it to be on one of these hills, right? So we're going to try. I know there are missions that did. Anyway, I don't know that we have them now, but we used to. I would love to see that as an experiment as well. I'm still a little bit disappointed by the way that they handled the flight model stuff, right? Because I would be the first to complain that people flying in reverse at 1,000 meters a second, spamming missiles, and just hoping that people drive into their reticle as they shoot was bullshit gameplay. But CIG talked a good game about all of this stuff to try and convince people to slow down, right? What happened to shields not properly regenerating when you were well above SCM? What happened to missiles not locking when you were above SCM? What happened to weapon fire spread, which we do have now at range, when you get above SCM? There was all of this stuff that they were going to do to encourage people to slow down to SCM speeds. And they didn't do any of it, at least not in public testing that we got to try, right? So we went from the freedom of the old flight model, flight tuning, to master modes tuning, because it's not master modes that's the problem. It's the ship tuning. It feels really slow. That's where people take offense. And the thing is that slowing it down this way, like I was saying too many dang times to count, part of the problem that we have now is everything feels slow. And part of that is because longitudinal speeds are much slower. Lateral speeds are not slow enough as a relation, which means it just feels like you can go whatever direction you want and it doesn't matter a lot. But weapon speeds are so much faster that it doesn't feel evasive. So it all kind of feels like it's an DPS aim race constantly, which is disappointing to me. And I know that there are people that say there's huge potential in the current tunings and flight model, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to disagree with them. Virgil is a much better pilot than me for sure. But I think for the average player, everything just feels slower and less fun. Yeah. Now, granted, the mode switch is going to go away, right? Because we're going to lose that when we get quantum boost instead of nav mode. We're not going to get the same kind of hard mode switch, because I'm not a fan of the mode switch either. Back in 2. Whenever, when we went from SCM to cruise, I hated that dividing line. And when they merged it and we just had the whole, 0 to max speed thing, I was super happy at the time because I would much rather have a unified flight model. Just like I really want to see us go from landing speeds all the way to quantum at some point once we get quantum boost. But I don't know how they're going to do any of that. Because, I mean, on one hand, we're seeing Yogi and them say in some Discord chats that we won't have maneuvering control in quantum boost. But if we don't have maneuvering control in quantum boost at all, then how are we going to get rid of the spline jumps and all the POI quantums, which they've said they want to get rid of? So I don't know what we're getting. And does it do us any good to have weapons available in quantum boost if we can't steer? No. So at some point there has to be a line where we don't get to steer anymore. And I hope it's a gradient, right? At the low end, when you're at 1,000 meters a second, hopefully you can still steer relatively well. Not as well as SCM, but relatively well, so that you can at least rocket around the landscape and get to where you need to go. And as you close to 1/10 quantum speeds, then there should be just minimal adjustment, kind of like we see with the course prediction for the Polaris, right? Where you're just essentially following a curved line to redirect towards where you're trying to go. Because ideally what we want is to be able to fly around the planet instead of doing that stupid spline jump. I hate the spline jump so much. Yeah. I don't disagree. And part of that is just limitations of the engine. Lighting here looks really great. It really does. Let's see, are we getting any more in the right direction? Okay, so now we're more in line. So we're going to put that behind us and move in a straight line again. All right. So if this is 300 minus 180 is 120, right? Okay, so somewhere's in there. No, 60K. It's all right. I appreciate the thought and the wanting to do so. To be honest, I kind of enjoy the idea here of being able to truck my way someplace and save myself, right? It would be very cool if we could properly freaking navigate without being in a spaceship. Yeah, and they didn't do any of it. They didn't do any of it, right? I don't know why they didn't do any of that, Camille. I really don't. They never followed through, right? I'm guessing that on some level they decided to do master modes, and they just didn't announce it until later when they were further along. That's my guess. But I think they really just wanted to slow down speed because servers don't do well when everybody's moving at 1,000 meters a second. All right. We're gonna cheat with night vision mode because I'm tired of tripping over rocks. Let's see. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Really? I didn't. Oh, there it is. I'm like, I know I had some freaking lux. Where is it? The day glow ridiculousness on the thing broke my brain. Come on. Come on, game. Give me my lux. Thank you. Now the eco-terrorists are going to come and get me. Look at you dirtying up the landscape. And to be honest, I'm still okay with lower speed combat as long as it's fun. But the problem with the way that they've lowered it down now, as I've been talking about off and on with Camille, is that we had this huge range of 1 to 1,000 meters a second max speeds that we could use to fine-tune ships and give them character. And now they squished it all down, and most ships have got 250 to 300 meters per second top speed. There are some big ships that are slower that'll be down around 100. But they don't leave enough room for the character of the ships. And they have not slowed down projectile speeds the same way that they slowed down ship speeds, which means that weapons fire has gotten ever closer to hit scan, which makes it easier to shoot at a ship and do damage, which sounds good if you're the one doing the shooting. But I miss evasive combat, and again, I know there would be people that would say, "Well, you can do evasive combat now if you're any good." Fine, I'm not any good. I'll just say I'm not any good. I'm definitely not able to do evasive combat the way I used to. Dodging shots isn't really happening unless somebody's shooting something that's very low projectile speed. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. It doesn't have the same essence that it used to have. And big ships are going to have to get a lot slower for even medium ships to feel responsive at all. And that's going to make big ship pilots unhappy. Because like the Polaris, the way the Polaris flies right now, the way the Idris flies right now, way too nimble. Way too nimble. If I can be doing this in a Polaris or an Idris to such a degree that, especially in the Idris, that nobody can fly into that hangar, then boarding isn't happening, right? It's ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. You're not getting strafing runs. You're not getting flybys. You're not getting any of that cinematic stuff. You're just getting slightly slower dogfights in space with big, huge, giant ships. So they've hummed and hawed and kind of not even stuck to their guns on the notion of master modes is good and slowing ship combat down is good, because they've not slowed down the big end of that nearly enough. And when I say slow, I generally mean nimble, right? I'm okay if the Idris can build up speed and go at however fast it goes at. The problem that I have is that if you're doing this, trying to aim, and that's exactly even what the NPCs are doing, rather than letting turret gunners do their job, you're doing it wrong. A slow roll is one thing, right? But, when you're doing this and you're trying to buzz into the open hangar in a pulse, and you just get slapped because the ass end of the ship comes down on your head and explodes you, where's the cinematography in that? Where's the cinematic experience? It's nonsense. It doesn't make sense. It's terrible. And I don't think CIG is currently ready to slow down big ships enough to make that be a thing. Because people are going to be hot. Of course. The star map, when it's good, is good. And other times it's terrible. Just show me that I'm still headed in the right direction, please. Without zooming me all the way out to the planet, because that's not helpful. All right. I don't know. We're still a ways off. And it's getting late here. I'm a little disappointed. I'm probably not going to have time to get there from here. I'm kind of hoping as I get to the edge there, to the ridge, that we'll be able to see something, anything that indicates we're near a settlement. I think it's probably somewhere's up on that hill versus in between, but I actually thought it was going to be more pitch black by now. I don't know where exactly we're at on the planet, though. We haven't lost the light, which makes me wonder if we're nearer the pole than I realized. We still need rocket packs, jet boots. It would be really cool to be able to take some kind of super light ground vehicle in ships with, one SCU of space or whatever. So when you have this kind of crash, you could at least move away. If you know you're not too terribly far from something. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if everything was working and people were actually doing beacons and all of that, you could probably catch a rescue beacon. And that would be ideal. Obviously, player interaction is better. Not always an option, though, if you happen to be a naughty boy. Or if you're someplace where you just can't trust people, like in Pyro. We need a reputation system to go with the beacon system when it comes to that, right? Some kind of karma review system. So if you take a lot of beacons and people are giving you the thumbs down all the time because all you ever do is kill them and steal their stuff, so that people can choose how low a reputation am I willing to accept for my rescue beacon in case they're just going to kill me and take my stuff. Same thing on the other end, right? If you post beacons all the time and you don't ever actually let them complete and pay people off, then they're going to give you the thumbs down, and then you're obviously a trap when somebody puts a beacon for you. They've talked about stuff like that eventually. But we need all of that for these systems to really work. Otherwise, you got to know somebody. Or be very trusting on both sides of the equation. Just more slope. This is a pretty area, though, I will say. I mean, obviously, my lighting is ramped up a little bit, so it's a little more green than maybe it ought to be right now. But it is a pretty area with all the trees and everything. Hurston's a lot prettier than it used to be, despite the smog. And I still don't see nothing. Nothing at all. Could be right on the other side of that little ridge. But good grief. It's unfortunate that we don't yet have a game that just lets us log out and log back in where we were. Right? Because, I mean, you know, that's the dream. Is I just want to log back out and finish this later. See, it says it's an outpost. So, but it's got no indicator that it's got any facilities. So I probably can't even spawn a ship. It's probably just one of those derelict outposts. It's probably got a landing pad. Maybe even have a shop terminal for food or whatever. But we don't have that level of persistence with Star Citizen. All right, I'm gonna have to give it up. I've got to get ready to get some dinner going with the wife. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. Who else is doing what in the verse now? See a couple of people doing stuff. Let's read. I'm torn. Let's read Yo-Yo Meg. Love the individual that has a good attitude, that enjoys their Star Citizen. So let's read them. If you like what they're doing, drop them a follow, show them some love. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Raid and run, as it were, and get some food going. Thank you very much, Expat, for the raid. I very much appreciate it. And to everybody else for the conversation as well. Love it. Thank you for hanging out. You met her at Ticon? Man, I need to go one of these years. We just got to get our finances in order. All right, I'm out. Thank y'all again for the follows and everything. I appreciate it. I'm in full-on ramble mode, so I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Y'all have a good one. Remember to stay safe and stay healthy, because being sick sucks, and I will see y'all around the verse. Thank you, Tim Stone, for the follow. I appreciate it. Y'all all have a really good evening. Peace. You too, Vulcan's Labyrinth.